Now scream queen with a million smiles. Catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? Shine your light in the darkest times. You make it bright, bright. Life stream dreams, we're all by your side, by your side. I'm doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're our live stream star, star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are. From the block, Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth, no sugar-coated blues. Something to lose. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From halls to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic. Hey, Shelly in the house tonight. Living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Live stream queen with a million smiles. And she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Live stream dreams, we're wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a live stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are.
Hey everybody, happy Tuesday. It is December 3rd, 2024, 12:03 p.m. on the beautiful East Coast of the United States. I am coming to you from central Pennsylvania. This is Shelly, your mouthy mama, talking trash and truth, and you have come to Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. Today we're going to be talking about combating criticism. However, the YSL verdict just came in about half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago. And I'm going to be going over that because I've been watching this trial for like the last year and a half. Really focused on it for like the last 6 months or so, but I've watched all the shenanigans going on, and I'm glad it's over. I'm glad so many of these court cases are over. But let me say hi first to my chat. So we have Heidi. Hiya to Toy Larissa. La Clarissa. I can't talk today. I've been talking to my mother for the past like 3 hours, so I'm already shot. She said, "Hey, hon, 3 hours beforehand. Hope to see you later on." I guess she was in here. I didn't see a comment, but YouTube likes to delete them now. It's weird. I'm a little on my back foot today, so it's going to be an easy stream, I think. Wolfram, hi. Wolfram dropping links like it's hot. I got both my mods here. We got Wolfram wipes his paws, lopes in, and howls. I just like the howl. Like, I really do. I hope you all had a great weekend. I know it's Tuesday and you feel like the weekend was a long time away, but for me, I feel like the weekend just wasn't long enough. I did a lot this weekend. There was a lot of things happen over the weekend. But the best news, like I said, is the YSL trial is over. So if you don't want me telling you the verdict, then you should walk away and come back later because I'm going to get into it. So I was watching the lead attorney's channel, and he did his yesterday. But AV to the seventh power, if you don't know her, check her out. She's amazing. Her and Lead are like, they're my favorite lawyers to watch. They really are. Because they're so down to earth and they're funny. And they give you the takes that you would take away. They don't talk to you like you're stupid. They don't use all the legal jargon. Like Lee knows how to break it down. He will break down everything. Last, the YSL trial is over. Yay! For those who don't know, there was a whole RICO case in Fulton County. DA Fonnie Willis, we all know her from her going after Trump and screwing her employee and giving him like buku freaking money in the tune of almost $700,000 when he's an ambulance chaser to work a RICO trial against the president of the United States, or at the time, the former president, now president elect. That's going to go the way to the dodo. She colluded with, allegedly, she colluded with the White House administration at the time, went to go meet with Kamala Harris. All these things that the feds were not supposed to be involved in, they had their fingers in, which is very sketchy. So that automatically made me wary of Fulton County DA. But then when I started like seeing the RICO trial for Young Thug, I was like, wow, these people, they really don't know how to just do their job. They really don't. They don't do their job. They go to win a case by hook or by crook. It's no longer that we live in a land of innocent until proven guilty. It's, I think you're guilty and I'm going to build the case around that and pick and choose whatever evidence I want and make more of things than I should. And I'm going to persecute you and prosecute you. Because now it's just pure, it's not prosecution, it's persecution. I mean, they have an agenda, they have a vendetta against people. And they're using these RICO cases. I'm from Hoboken. RICO is like, that's just the standard where I come from. And nobody did it better than Giuliani. So to take, and he worked himself to the bone. He had teams of people working for him to prove his RICO cases against the mob. And he did it. But these people, they don't know anything. They're just like, oh, it's a RICO case, because they want the clout of saying, oh, I prosecuted a RICO case and I won. No, a RICO case is not like any other criminal case. There's so much that has to be covered. There's so many stipulations that have to be met. There's so much required. And these people were ill-equipped. They literally, like, they run their office, the DA's office, just with attitude and absolutely no substance. I cannot express to you the amount of corruption and duplicity that is in that organization. They're more criminal than the criminals they prosecute. And it's really sad. I feel bad for the people who live there because they don't have a chance. I mean, they put people in jail and leave them to languish. The jails don't have running water. They're infested with rodents and bugs. There's all sorts of bodily fluids all over everything because they don't clean, because they don't have any money, because they go and spend it on their lavish vacations. And I'm going to get this award in another state, country, whatever. Like, they're always spending all the people's taxpayer money on themselves. And it drives me insane that they're allowed to do this. And they reelected this bitch. I can't. Last said they made it standard in Georgia. Anyone they could slap RICO charges on, they did, whether or not it was true or even made sense. And see, that makes no sense to me, because they could have done individual prosecutions and actually won the cases, because they probably would have found the evidence that was germane to these people. But they didn't. They went for the RICO, so they had to tie them all in. People got slapped with charges for things they never did simply because they knew somebody. To me, it's like, tell me who you hang out with, I'll tell you what you're guilty of. To put a spin on my grandmother's saying. For some reason, they're not seeing people as individuals. They want the clout of, we got the whole gang. They didn't get shit. So Wolfram said, also, the president of South Korea has just declared martial law. Apparently, the leftists in parliament are pulling some shenanigans. Well, that's just great. That's great. Awesome. So these people just like to watch the world burn. They really do. They just like to watch the world burn. But back to the Young Thug case. I got seriously addicted to this case when Lil Woody or Little Woody took the stand. And there was the whole corruption with the judge having an ex parte meeting with an already sworn in witness and intimidating that witness. And it was just with the witness and with the prosecution. The defense was not notified. Nobody on the defense side knew the meeting was happening. They denied this man the right to his Fifth Amendment, to his Fifth Amendment rights, his right to, not perjure himself or not like incriminate himself. And they told him, if you don't go up there and, do it the way we want you to, you're going to go to jail. Like, you're going to this, we're going to lock you up, and we're going to lock you up for the entire, length of this trial, which was projected to go for another 2 years. Mind you, they'd already had a year in the books, plus all the prep work before they actually went to trial. They were trying to prosecute based on crimes from 2014, and further back. And they're asking these guys on the stand, like, well, do you remember saying, dude, number one, they talk to 1 million people a day. They don't remember what they told anybody. And two, they were young, so they probably forgot. Three, they're not that bright. They're really not that bright because they're not educated. They weren't raised that way. They were raised, your attitude will get you through. And half of them, they were partying all the time. They all smoked weed. Like, most of them, well, I can't say all, but from what I've gathered by what they've said, they were all either drinking, smoking weed, doing whatever other drugs, prescription pills, whatever. So their memory's sketchy at best. And you're trying to hold them to, oh, well, you said, I don't know. I don't know isn't like an acceptable answer, but that's what their answer was. I don't know. I don't recall. That's all Woody did. I don't recall. I don't recall. You're going to make me testify? Fine. I don't recall. I don't recall. Turns out he was guilty of half the freaking stuff that they were charging the other ones with. And I like Woody. I thought he was funny as hell. It was a comedy show because the DA's office had no idea what they were doing. And they really thought they were slick about it. Now, the verdict came in this morning, and I'm going to tell you, Yak Gotti got not guilty on all charges. So he gets to go home. Shannon Stillwell got not guilty on all charges except possession of a firearm. And the judge already sentenced him. She said she has to, by law, give him the maximum, which is 10 years. So he got sentenced to 10 years incarceration. And she said that she had the power to establish his probationary period, basically. So he's been locked up for 2 years while this trial's been going on. So she gave him 2 years incarceration, time served, with 8 years probation. So he gets to go home as well. Young Thug is going home today after doing a plea deal with Fonnie Willis's office, and he's going home with 15 years probation. He should have stuck it out because he would have come back not guilty, I think. But they weren't willing to take that risk. These two gentlemen were. So again, not guilty on all counts for both men, except Shannon Stillwell got possession of a firearm, 10-year sentence, 2 years time served, 8 years probation. So it's over for them. The Fulton County DA's office is coming away with all sorts of gooey stuff on their face because they showed exactly how corrupt they are. If you ask me, this entire trial was a huge waste of time, huge waste of taxpayer money, and they utterly failed. They utterly failed. If they had taken it just as individual criminal cases, they had a shot at winning some of it. But because they went after the RICO, because they need the clout, they need the fame. oh, I got to say that I won a RICO. You didn't win shit. You lost 2 RICO cases now. 2. You got what? A whole 2 years and just one of, I think there were 8 dudes on trial this time, but there were like 13 in the wings for the next trial because they were going to continue this. I hope they don't continue this because if they do, it's just a huge waste of taxpayer money and it's going to have the same result because they don't do the work. They didn't get the evidence on time. They didn't get any kind of surveillance videos because they waited like months to go looking for it, knowing that these places don't store their surveillance, for months and months at a time. Usually the cop even said, no, it's usually a 2-week turnover. Well, if you knew that some of them only have a 24-hour turnover, it's essential that as soon as something happens, you go get the recordings. They didn't do that. They sat on their ass and they waited around. They harassed the people that were involved, constantly trying to get somebody to snitch on this one, snitch on that one, whatever. They say they understand gangs. And honestly, I don't think they do. I mean, I grew up, mafia, Spanish gangs, the Latin kings, all that. That was standard in my town. So they don't normally rat on one another. They show you on TV like they do, like it's such a common occurrence. It's not, because these guys know when you rat, you're ending your life and possibly everybody that has a drop of your blood, because these people don't take things lightly. They just don't. If you're going to be a rat, well, I might not get you this year because they're watching me, but I could wait. You'd be amazed the patience these people have. Because, well, you already did the damage. Now, all right, I'll let you live. I'll let you get happy. I'll let you get comfortable. Then I'll do it. So they're not exactly jumping at the bit to rat each other out. They like to make it appear that way, but that's not how it actually works. Self-preservation keeps your mouth shut many, many times. But for these people, they did all this. The DA's office just was simply going after the clout that they would get. They're having a reputation for trying big. We're not afraid. You're not afraid, but you're not smart either. You're really, really not, because you people, oh my God. Like, I was sitting there, I'm like, I'm not a lawyer, but this is some bullshit. Like, I've watched enough trials. I've listened to enough lawyers to go, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. What are you people doing? This DA's office was corrupt from the very beginning. I watched as they gave highly misleading information, how they arranged, quote unquote, evidence to prove their point, even though none of it, held water. How they dragged it out. And the thing I don't understand is they delved into the slightest minutia. Like, they were given like the littlest detail. Every conversation was important. Every email, every text, everything that they did, that the other people did, that these, defendants did. But there was no police work to back it up. They didn't do their jobs. They had no evidence. Everything they had was circumstantial at best. And they were literally stringing these like bits of information together like spider webs. And it was that flimsy. It was ridiculous. And I would try to follow like their train of thought. And I was like, there's no way these jurors are understanding, because I guarantee half of them don't have the attention to detail that I know I have, because, of just how messed up my brain is. But they're missing this. Like, they were falling asleep in the jury box and nobody was waking them up. How are you going to sleep when you're on a jury? But they were, because they were bored to death. They weren't allowed to keep their notes. They weren't allowed to do anything that you would do to actually take the information in and absorb it. And even when they did, they would come back a week, 2 weeks later, and they'd say, oh, all that thing that we talked about, just strike all that. They can't specify in their minds what has to be stricken. And I guarantee half of them were like, well, I'll just forget everything. Let's start new. Because they were done. They were so done. And it was just too much information. It was too long. This could have been, and it should have been a speedy trial, unless they waived their right to a speedy trial, but I highly doubt it. RICO cases are notoriously long, but this was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous. When they took Woody into that meeting, and then the judge, when he got called on it right after the meeting, when one of the defense attorneys, Mr. Steele, said, "Hey, you did this. This is not legal. This is not right. You had a meeting with a witness that was already under oath without us there. Like, we want to know what happened in the meeting." The only thing that judge cared about, Judge Glanville, Judge Granville, all he cared about was who told you. Who told you? My quarters are, that's sacrosanct. No, it ain't. It's a room. It's a room. You're not God. You're not a priest. Nothing that goes on in there is like, oh, you can't ask me a question. If you're doing something illegal in there, they have every right to question you on it. They have every right to throw you into doubt and say, hey, no, you need to be recused. I can't speak. Recused because you're biased. You're supposed to sit up there and you're supposed to be the judge, not just to judge everybody decided, then that's the way the case is going to go. That's not how this country's judicial system is supposed to work. I'm getting fired up because it really pisses me off. It seems like nobody can get a fair shake in this country anymore. Like nobody. They prosecute who they want to prosecute, who's going to make them look good, and they take care of their friends. That is not how the law works. Look at Joe Biden pardoning his son for all those things. Now, let me go out there and say, if I was him and that was my son, yeah, I would have pardoned him for a lot of things. But there should have been something that this son of a bitch had to pay for. Because how's he going to learn? A scare is not good enough. He defrauded like so many people out of money. And we didn't even know. I mean, we're involved with like the Ukraine and everything because of him. Billions and billions and billions, probably trillions of dollars being spent over there, being, shuffled back and forth, allegedly. And for what? Like, somebody has to pay the price, and it needs to be somebody who's guilty of the crime. Hunter is guilty of many crimes. That damn laptop was a pain in the ass. It caused so many problems for Trump. Okay. I always say God has a plan, and I'm sure he does. And this is part of it. It's just, I hate that it had to go down this way. But the only way that side was going to see their own corruption that they were unwilling to admit, and I'm talking about the people, about the government, not the government, they know they're corrupt, was to see, wait a minute, he's been saying, no, I absolutely won't pardon him. I absolutely won't pardon him. And then give him a blanket pardon of immunity for 11 years worth of actions that he has not even been charged with, in anticipation of them finding out the other nasty criminal shit that he's done. It's 11 years of covering everybody's ass in their little circle. And now it's out there for the world to see. Not only are the American people waking up to it, but the rest of the world is like, what the fuck is wrong with America? Like, they think we're all made like this now. It's a bad look. It's a very bad look. And I just kind of want to be like, no, we're all not like that. Like, that's the establishment. That's what they do. They play their little games. They cover for each other and fuck the rest of us. You're on your own. But watching this YSL trial really like put it all out there. I mean, I got really interested in it because of the bullshit with Fannie Willis and I'm not going to call her Fannie because fuck her, Fannie Willis, fat Fannie Willis. Her screwing that Nathan Wade dude. And it was just like, I'm sorry, honey, but if you're going to throw away your reputation, your career, and $700,000, Either that man has a magic dick, which I doubt since he had some type of cancer that I think affected him down there, or or it was just made perfectly to hit your G spot because he is not attractive. He had nothing to his name except, oh, wait, what did he have? Oh, that's right, a wife and kids. That didn't stop her, though. Didn't stop her. And she got him to like help take care of her kids. Like when her daughter had some incident, she had to go pick up her daughter because she did something and got pulled over by the cops or whatever. And she went to go get her. Who went with her? Her little lapdog, Nathan Wade. Like, you can't tell the world we're not in a relationship. Then your subordinate at work goes with you in the middle of the night to go pick up your daughter? Really? Really? That don't look fishy at all. Sure, no. Oh, we use cash. I love she was like, black people use cash. Bitch, like, are you kidding me? And then they say we're racist. Like, you're creating these stereotypes. You're literally using them to your advantage. But then if somebody else uses them, you got a problem with it. Like, I can't. I all walks of life do this. Every color of the fucking rainbow. And it's like, you don't get to be like, oh, you can't talk about me like this. But we all do this. You don't like generalizing unless it works for you. I get it. It's not right, but I get it. That office, though, I have never seen, and I've seen some shitty prosecutors. I mean, I watched the Johnny Depp trial, but these people were so disrespectful and so, not to use Nick's word, but myopic in their viewpoints. And the projection was off the charts. They accused the defense team of everything that they were guilty of. Everything. About the maligning, about the lying, about the, backbiting. They were hiding evidence. But then say, oh no, we just mislabeled it. Well, either you're really corrupt or you're really inept. Pick one. I happen to think they're guilty of both. But that's just me. All these backroom, like underhanded tactics. They had the freaking judge that had a stellar reputation. Lead attorney could not speak better about this judge. And when it came out that he was going to put Steele in jail, he hit him with the contempt charge because he wouldn't give up his source for finding out about the meeting. Because my office is sacrosanct. No, it ain't. You're not God. You're not that important. You are a county judge. Shut up. Shut up. I don't care how many decades you've been doing this. All it takes is one slip of the mask for everybody to find out that you're biased, that you're corrupt. And they found out. They found out the hard way, but they found out. To me, it was an utter failure. Everything about this was an utter failure. They did so badly that public opinion fell on the side of the thugs. I don't want to use that word, but he literally called young thugs, so I'm going to call them old thugs, just for succinctness. But we all were rooting for the bad guys because, yeah, they might be guilty, but you haven't proven it. You've insinuated it. You've accused it, but proven? No. And in this country, you got to prove somebody's guilty in order to take away their freedoms. Or at least that's what the Constitution says. That was the premise of everything that, we do everything on. You're innocent until proven guilty. No, not anymore. Now you're guilty until I could lock you away, and I'll do that by any means necessary, whether you're guilty or not, because I need my name in the paper. I need my name to be on, I need to go on podcasts. I need money. That's all they do it for. The name, the fame, the money. That's not how it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to be prosecuting criminals for profit. It's not profiting the people they victimized. They didn't do nothing to you. And then we all, and I say we all, I'm going to say just I started to really sympathize with the defense team. with all the defendants and the defense team, because these were lawyers who believed in their client, whether they were guilty or not, and did their absolute best to defend them. Steele was willing to go to jail. He had his coat off and he took off his watch. He was like, fuck it. All right, no, you're not going to take my principles away from me with the threat of jail. Put me in jail. Go ahead, make me a legend. He knew. And he stood up for his client. And that man will never be unemployed for the rest of his life. He will always have a caseload and buku fucking money, because he put his money where his mouth was. He was like, oh, you want me to like backstab my client? I'm not going to do that. I have ethics. I believe in the law. So you want to lock me up? Lock me up. I was so proud of that man that day. I was like, see, that's integrity. That's somebody who has faith in their ability to get through each trial and tribulation. It was amazing to me. And the fact that I was sympathizing with people who were accused of horrible things, like none of it was. See, I have a weird morality line. I hate to say, but violence happens. It does. It happens. Criminality happens. You know, breaking the law when it comes to drugs, it happens a lot. You know, more than anybody is really aware of. I draw the line at like the kid stuff. Like, no, just no. Like anything having to do with kids, I'm just no, that's not to bite off the name, but that's my line in the sand. Like everything else is like, it happens. It happens. There are circumstances. There are things to be thought about that are incorporated into that can lead up to that kind of scenario coming true. When it comes to kids, there's no excuse. There's nothing. I don't care if you come from a background where it happened to you every goddamn day. If you're doing anything to kids, that's an illness, it's a choice, and like a map, you go on the wall. I don't have any mercy in my heart at all for anybody who does things to kids. But like murder among adults, drug deals, theft, all that part and parcel of society. These guys are who their environment made them. They grew up, no fathers, this one's in jail, that one's in jail. Oh, well, what happened to your mom? Oh, my mom got shot, or, horrible tragedies, but they were left pretty feral on their own. They learned to survive on the street. They had to be tough. They had to bend everything to suit what they were going through so that they can make it through that day. And then they learned to make a living off of it. They couldn't get out, but they didn't know what was out there. I understand not recognizing that the world outside your little bubble is different and that there are opportunities, but you got to leave the bubble. It's very hard to leave that bubble. These guys were raised in an environment that enabled and encouraged them to live the thug life. They made it cool. They made money off of it. They got to do rap albums and they got to do videos and go on trips, things that they never would have done if they stayed just like street level. They upped their game, but make no mistake, the street life was what inspired that. It taught them. They didn't know anything else. They had no opportunity to know anything else. I get that. The DA's office, those are educated people with privileged lives, making a lot of money, acting ghetto, acting like the streets of their life. They don't get it. So what did they do? They chose to be crooked. They chose to make more out of things than it was. They chose to be shady. And it showed. It showed to the world. Anybody looking at any of the footage from this trial can see how disrespectful, shady, and just dishonest, how dishonest they were. You know, trying to take one conversation and pin it on somebody else. And it was such a shit show. Such a shit show. I really wish Young Thug would have stuck it out. He took the plea deal. He has 15 years probation. You know how hard it is to walk the straight and narrow for 15 years? When you have eyes on you everywhere. I mean, for me, I could break laws. Nobody cares if I break a law. They don't care if I, like, I don't know, litter or whatever. They don't care if I jaywalk. But people like this, they're going to be under a microscope. Every single thing they do, because now the DA's office is pissed off because they lost so spectacularly. Great. That they're going to be watching them to see for any reason, and they'll harass them. They might even harass them into breaking the law because they might feel the need to defend themselves. It's ridiculous. They're going to wind up trying to trip him up. I really hope they don't get the opportunity. I hope he moves far away, because he has business. He's a very well-known rapper, apparently. I never heard of him, but before this trial, but whatever. I'm not real big in that scene, so I wouldn't know. If it's not like Snoop Dogg or like Eminem or like somebody the Dart sends me, I don't fucking know who they are. And even then, I forget a lot quicker than I learn. I feel like I wish he would have stuck it out, but he's got opportunities to get out, to go. So none of these people are supposed to associate with one another ever again. Hopefully, I know he's in the music arena or whatever. Words are not my friend today. He's in the whole music crowd, like that whole mindset. So anything can happen. He's going to meet a lot of people who want to use him, want to get ahead, using him as a stepping stone, maybe even want to throw him under the bus so they take his slot, whatever. It's a very competitive, backbiting industry. That's the word I was looking for. And his chances of going through scot-free are pretty low. But I'm rooting for him. And that's what this DA's office has done. They have me rooting for the guys that do the drive-bys, for drug dealers, because they were born into that life. They didn't have much of a chance. And they made the most of their opportunities, but they had to make their opportunities. And not all those opportunities came the legal way. I get that. I understand it. I accept it. The DA should have been on the up and up, and they weren't. They were more corrupt than the people they were prosecuting. And that is a giant problem we have in this country now, where if you get pinched for anything, your chances of getting a fair trial, your fair, whatever, is slim to fucking none. Especially if they can make an example out of you or get a couple, interviews based on your persecution, your prosecution. Like, if somebody can get ahead in their job using you, they will take your life as though it means nothing. And I don't feel that way about people. I really wish other, like, high-ranking establishment people felt like our lives matter. Our lives have substance and purpose. They don't. They throw away people like they're trash, like they're absolutely nothing. We mean absolutely nothing to them. And that is what we have to change, because they've been telling us and showing us that we mean nothing for so long. We're all starting to believe it. Don't believe it. You have a purpose. You are God's child. He made you in his image. You are worth so much more than you give yourself credit for. Don't let anybody, especially a bunch of corrupt politicians and DAs, ever tell you that you're not worth something, that you're garbage, because you're not. Uh, I missed all the chat. Let me go all the way back. Damn. Alrighty, so who we got? We got Last saying they made it standard. Yep. Um, South Korea. We got to get into that. I have no idea what's going on there. Last said exactly, Shelly. What's going on in South Korea? I stopped in on Legal Vice's stream this AM, but I didn't stay and watch. Hi, Ronnie. What's up? Yeah, no, I just dropped into AV to the Seventh Power stream. I'll watch her whole thing later. I have it bookmarked, but I always go to her or Lead to see what's going on with this trial because they have the best coverage, and they're really like they're into it. And let me tell you something: they remember all the little details. They remember every conversation that was had, what this lawyer said, what that lawyer said, what this witness said, and they keep the names straight. And it's just I I was really irritated watching this trial because of District Attorney, not Love, the assistant, Hilton. The way she would say monton, she would say monton, and it just stop. Like and the thing is, like, they try to talk like with that ghetto kind of like accent, and it's like, girl, like, stop. I could tell from just your hair alone that you didn't grow up like that. Stop trying the affect. Like you didn't grow up with the thug life. You didn't grow up on the street. Stop it. You are not friends with people like this. So you don't understand. They didn't understand like rap lyrics. They didn't understand any of the language that they used, but they tried like they knew the jury wouldn't either. So they tried to misinterpret or misrepresent what things meant. And I found that very disingenuous because if you don't know the language, don't be an interpreter. And don't go, oh, well, we have an interpreter. Yeah, but he works for you. He's going to spin that however you tell him to. We're not stupid. That's the insulting part. The fact that they think we all fall for it, that they think we're this stupid that I'm sitting there just going, okay. No, like, bitch, you sitting there lying. You got the judge lying. And then you have the nerve to be like, oh, well, we're immune from whatever because we work for the state. I don't trust the government, and I sure as shit don't trust you. I don't trust anybody with the capability of locking me up for life for bullshit. Nope. Nope. You stay in your lane, I'll stay in mine, but I don't trust you. Don't come near me. Don't even talk to me. Like, go away. All these people were just, it amazed me that they put their worst face forward and thought they were winning. They thought that they were going to come out of here like, oh, I'm going to win this trial. Everybody will want to hire me. I'll get, promotion. I'll get clout. I'll write a book. Bah, 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 bah. No, you failed spectacularly because God is good. And he saw you're full of shit. He saw you're full of shit. And a jury box full of people decided, you know what? You kept us here for so long, and I still don't know who did what. Nothing's making sense. And since I can't pinpoint who did what to who and when they did it and if they did it and why they did it, then I got to say not guilty. If you leave the jurors more confused at the end of the trial, even after I don't know how many hours was the closing, but then you suck as a lawyer and maybe you should have gone into a different profession. I'm just saying. Because none of them were organized. None of them had a clue what they were doing. Like, they didn't communicate with each other. Nothing. They did everything wrong from like word go. And I'm glad because I'm glad these guys walked. All of them. Even the ones that took the plea deals, I think they were a little impatient to take the plea deals, but they were locked up for 2 years. They wanted to go home. Everybody wanted to be home for Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever. So I can't blame them, but maybe the jury would have come back guilty if all of them were there. I don't know. But these two guys got to, get off almost scot free. Poor Stillwell, even though even though he had an amazing lawyer, they both had amazing lawyers. Um, he's got 8 years of probation, and I really hope he just avoids any kind of interaction. When Yak Gotti's not guilty came in, the very first thing he did was the sign of the cross, and he thanked God. And I was like, good for you. Stay like that. Stay like that. Don't let the devil tempt you anymore. Like, you got a second chance. Don't waste it. And then Stillwell was hugging his lawyer. Oh my goodness. He was on that man, like, and I know he had to be crying because when he heard guilty, and then she was like, yeah, no, time served, 8 years probation. Basically you can go home. Like, the relief, getting to see his family and everything else, getting to sleep in his own bed. 2 years being locked up, these people, the world changed a lot in 2 years. It's like walking out into an alien world. 2 years isn't that bad, but it can mess up your head. It's hard to reacclimate to society when you've been in jail. I've known a lot of guys that went to jail, came out, and they were like, the world is so different. Because technology, we don't notice the differences because we're rolling along with the progress. They come out and they're like, whoa, like, where'd the people go? Like, what's with the checkout bullshit? Like, where's the cashier? I don't want to do I already went to jail. I don't need them to accuse me of stealing. Like, they don't know how to work the phones. They don't know how to work a lot of stuff because it's limited. While they have a lot of access to tech in jail, it's still not the access they have out of jail. So there's a learning curve that they need. And a lot of them can't hack it. They can't hack not being scheduled. They get used to the regimented living. It's almost like being in the army. When you come out, you're like, what do I do now? Because you have all this time that's yours. And you're just like, fuck, what do I do? Like, it's hard to find a place for yourself. But with the guys that I knew that came out of jail, a lot of them were like, fuck this, I'm going back in. Because they couldn't bear the burden of the change. They weren't able to go with the flow. They weren't able to catch up. Even if they learned certain things, they still felt like they were behind. People that automatically didn't fit in before really don't fit in. They don't get references that people are making to movies they haven't seen. And, it's too much to catch up on. And they give up. It's really sad. It's really sad that they're like, nah, man, jail life was a lot easier. Because they had no responsibilities. They didn't have to get a job. They didn't have to pay rent. They didn't have to pay child support. They didn't have to pay for anything. They got people sending them money to make phone calls and buy commissary. Like, it was an easier life. It was a hard, tough life, but they were used to it. And then to come out and everything is bright and open, it's overwhelming. When you go from being that penned into a place and then you're just set free, you don't know what to do. You see it with animals that have been, like, rehabilitated after they get hurt, that were in the wild. When they try to re-release them into the wild, it doesn't always work. Because now they don't know what's out there. That's not their territory anymore. Now they have to bite and scratch and claw their way to, having a place in the world. It's just easy to go back to the lady that fed me 3 times a day and rubbed my belly, and, like, that's what they want. They want the care. They don't want the hard life. So some of them don't make it. Same thing with inmates. Same thing with, people coming out of the pandemic. People like me who had never been isolated like that in my life. I don't like people, but I was always involved in them. To get cut off from people to that extreme for so long. Once it was like, okay, come back into the world. I was like, no, that's not the world I knew. The world outside my apartment was radically different than it was when I got locked up in my apartment. And it caused me a lot of anxiety It was scary for me to have to deal with people again, to have to go to stores, to get in lines, to have crowds again. It was so overwhelming that I would have panic attacks. So I get it. I get it. I totally understand their need to go back in because it's too difficult. I don't want to do that. I want to be out in the world. It's just I wish there were less people around. I don't like people. But I totally get it. I really do. Ronnie said, at last, I just turned the news on and our president is giving billions to Africa. I must have missed something. I mean, when is he not giving money out? He gives money. Biden gives money to everybody but us. Everybody but us. I'll give you 24 billion over here, 86 billion over here. Like, where you can, this is our money. And then when we need it, you turn around and say, oh, sorry, those programs, we don't fund them anymore, or they're out of funds. Why are they out of funds? Because all these other places have like the bottomless pit. Like the well never runs dry for them. But for us, it's like the Sahara. And yet it's our money that you're playing with. So it's like, okay, so our money doesn't belong to us, it belongs to you, and you can use it however you want, and fuck us. Like that's basically the gist of how it goes. I can't wait for Trump to be inaugurated. I can't wait. I have no lofty expectations for the next 4 years. What I have is a little bit of hope. That's all I got. Thankfully, it's all I need. I just got to hope things will get better. I'm not expecting miracles. I'm praying for them, but expecting them to actually come to fruition, no. I'm way too pragmatic for that. But I would like some improvements. Like, just let life get a little better incrementally. That's fine. It doesn't all happen at once. I'm not expecting him to be like, okay, put his hand on the Bible and poof, the world is perfect. That's not going to happen. There are people who think that, which I think is retarded, but whatever. Like, you're just setting yourself up for disappointment. And those are the people who need something to bitch about. They have to have some kind of drama. Hey, Trump. Okay, the man, he's still a man. He's human. That's what people didn't seem to get. Oh, well, the way he took, because he's a human being. He's not an automaton. He's not some political robot that's pre-programmed to spew out the same bullshit that the rest of them are. He talks, whatever's in his head comes out of his mouth. I love that because I know what I'm getting. Is it all good? No. Is the bad enough to put me off? Nope. Nope. Because anything negative is like 5% of a really like thin fucking 5% compared to the 95% of, oh my God, yes, that he brings. That's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for miracles. I'm just looking for small improvements because the little things add up. They didn't take everything from us and turn this world into a cesspool of debauchery overnight. They did it incrementally. They did it slowly because little things matter. They count. So reversing the process, that works for me. It's fine. I'll take every win I can get, especially my favorite. But back to chat. The entire length of all 20 plus of the trials that were involved in the RICO. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. The fact that they took years off these people's lives, not just them, their families suffered. People lost like houses. They were evicted. I mean, it's never just the one person that you're making suffer. It's everybody around them. These guys, yeah, they were involved with Young Thug, whatever. A lot of them did it so they could take care of their families. So they could buy their mother a place to live where she wasn't going to get bullet holes in the wall in the middle of the day. They were looking out for their family at the expense of other people weaker than them, sure. Maybe. But I mean, this world is survival of the fittest. You fight and survive or you wither away and die. Who do you want to be? I don't want to take advantage of anybody, but I don't want to be the weakest link. Like, I don't want somebody to be like, "Oh, I got to take care of this because I can't survive without other people taking care of me." Like, that's just not me. And if it came down to it for my family, for my kids, that ethical line moves dramatically when it comes to them. It doesn't matter how good of a person I am. It doesn't None of that matters. Their safety, their welfare, that's what matters. Their well-being. And I will do anything humanly possible to make sure that happens. Legal or not. Luckily, I haven't had to, do a whole lot of like law breaking in my life. But if it came down to it, you bet your ass I would. They matter more than any words that are in some book somewhere. Somebody hurts them, oh, I'm going to jail. You could put money on it. Like, I'm going to jail. That person's not going to jail because they won't be on the earth, but I will go to jail for my children. That's not even, I can't even hesitate in that shit. Like, I will go to jail. Whistling and like all happy as a clam because they're fine. Because they're my responsibility. And I'll do what I have to meet that responsibility, whether people approve of it or not. So I get it. I get where they're coming from. And a lot of them just wanted a better life. And I don't blame them for that either. If you grow up in shit, you yearn for anything better. And you will do anything to get there. Africa, Ronnie, if Biden was aiming for Ukraine, he missed. I mean, but he was like, what, wandering around like the rainforest. I'm like, I can't. Darth Hideous. They're eating the pet. They're eating the Koreans. Yeah, I guarantee you probably don't see a whole lot of strays walking around Korea. Last said at Ronnie, yeah, I read something about him being there to remember the shared history of shared history. Then I stopped reading. Who knows what's going on? Least of all, Biden. Yeah, he has no idea what's going on. None. Last said, good for young Thug, even though I think he's guilty. Oh, I have no well, I can't see. I'm telling you, the words just are not coming today. Today's going to be a very short stream because my brain is skipping since I woke up. I have no compunction about saying, yeah, he was probably guilty of a lot of the things that they said he was. But they put him through such crap. When the DA is coming off more guilty than the defendants, it's a wrap. Like, I'm happy for him because he didn't get a fair shot at a trial. He didn't get a fair trial. And that is very insulting and injurious to me. I don't like it. I don't like a lack of fairness. Fairness is my thing. And I know life isn't fair, but it's up to you to make it as fair as you can. To me, that tells me what type of person you are. And they were so corrupt. It was disgusting. And I'm like, we're supposed to be looking to you for like a moral compass? And you're all shit. You're all pieces of shit. And like, why would I ever put any faith in not just you, but your entire industry, your entire department, like what you do? Why would I care about a system or have faith in a system that is so obviously corrupt and doesn't even bother to hide it anymore? Like, you're all backing each other up and we're all sitting here going, we see you. Like, we see you. We see the moves you're making. This is not a good optic for you. Do you not like, are you people so not self-aware that you don't realize how just criminal you're coming across? It's bizarre to me. It's bizarre that they're like la 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 la. Like I don't see it, I don't hear it. I'm just gonna keep plowing ahead, even though I'm going down the slipperiest slope imaginable. But whatever. Young Thug trial is the most expensive trial in Georgia history. Yeah. Hmm. And they had rooms of quote unquote evidence. None of it was usable. And none of it made sense. What they did use made no sense. It made none whatsoever, and it drove me insane. And I'm sitting there going, "Oh my god, that's not what you said like 10 minutes ago." Like they would contradict themselves within like 2 3 sentences, and I'm like, "You know who does that in my experience? Criminals. Criminals do that. Druggies, junkies do that a lot. Thieves do that a lot. Liars do that a lot. But I don't see the other side doing it. I only see your side doing it. And you're supposed to be coming with the truth and with actual evidence. Everything was just circumstantial, circumstantial, circumstantial. These threads that they were linking people with were so fucking thin. So fucking thin that you really had to take a leap of faith to even follow their logic, let alone believe them. It was just like, oh my God, the mental gymnastics were ridiculous. But I love Lead and I love AV, and they really made it an amazing time to watch this trial. If you don't watch them, please do, because they are hilarious. Especially when Woody was up there. I mean, they have merged said, "What you mean? What you mean?" Like at one point, the prosecutor went over, and she must have been really nervous and had like the nervous sweats, so her body odor had kicked up. And she went up to Woody. She was like, "Can I approach?" He was like, "Nah," and he covered his nose and his mouth because he was like, "She stank." And he was genuine about it. It was so funny. I lived for those moments. They were great. I say I grew up mob adjacent. No, I grew up mob heavy. So there was no escaping that for me in my neighborhood. Darth Hideous, you never really want your best friend to walk you into a room one day. The mafia alleged. It's true. You can't trust any of them. But I mean, if you know you haven't done anything, then you got nothing to worry about. However, if you have a relative that did something and they can't get a hold of that relative, you're up for grabs. That's when you realize, oh shit, like they know I'm related to. And that's when you tell your family, you better not fuck with this person and you better walk the straight and narrow because I am not going down for you when I'm not involved. And when I mean going down, I don't mean going to jail. I mean que mort. Like they'll just pew pew and you're gone. Darth Hideous. By the way, hi, honey. I hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Did you not know that some people are above the law? In fact, there's an entire class of people that are above the law, and Hunter Biden is one of them. And guess what will happen? I'm going to amend your nothing and put fucking nothing. Nothing's going to happen to them. These people are covered in Teflon. Shit just slides right off them. I hate that shit. Inya, we got Inya out you all around you. How you doing, baby? Inya, I would pardon my child. I would too, but I'd probably kick his ass long before he ever got to commit any of those crimes. I mean, is it a failure on the part of the adult or a failure on the part of the parent who's still enabling that behavior? You allowed it, you watched it fester and grow, and now you're just feeding it. You're feeding it. I lost my breath for a minute. Jesus. So to me, Biden is just as guilty. Just as guilty as Hunter is. Because it wouldn't have happened without him. He was, what do they call that? The linchpin of the operation. It was built on his brand, on his clout, on his name. None of it would have gone down without Biden, without Joe Biden and his brother. So, okay, we can't go after Hunter. How's your immunity doing? Because most of this happened when he was not president. So, okay, you were VP. That don't give you immunity. I don't know that the VPs have immunity because they're not really the decision makers. What is a VP in the United States? To us, it's always been a joke. Dan Quayle, Mike Pence, friggin' um, George Bush before he became president. They were all jokes. We didn't pay them any mind. Johnson was a joke until JFK died, and then suddenly he was president. It's like, oh shit, we got like this hillbilly Texan in here. Oh, he's rough. Then everybody was like, oh my God, this is what was vice president. Yeah, because you didn't hear from him. Because they don't do anything. They sit in the friggin' Senate House and they're like, next to whoever the hell the Speaker of the House is and do nothing. What do? They hang out. Occasionally they'll like shake a couple hands, kiss a couple babies. In Biden's case, probably bite babies. But useless. They're fucking useless. You're literally the understudy to every president. Oh, well, if the main star breaks a leg, in you go. And even then, we have contingency plans because we know the VP is crap. I'm hopeful that JD Vance will have something to do because he seems like he would be useful. However, my thing is just watch Trump. Watch his back. Watch what he does. Watch how he talks to people and watch how he seals the deal. If you can learn from that man, then you have a very bright fucking future. Otherwise, just sit there and be quiet and just this is, apprentice time. Not to be funny, but basically that's what he's going to be. He's going to be his apprentice. He has to learn the ways of the force, of the ways of Trump force. But that's what he's there for. He's not going to have a huge role other than that. That's predominantly what he needs to do. And I'm good with that because he has the potential to take us further and further and further, in the direction we need to go. I'm cool with that. But the rest of them, like, what VP can you think of that ever, like, made a really substantial decision or contribution? They're just kind of there. I bet you can't even name most of the VPs because they never mattered. Hell, in the beginning, whoever lost the election became the VP. So the president and the VP were completely going against one another, had nothing in common. They were competitive. They were on different pages. They had different value systems, and yet they had to work together. But the commander-in-chief is the commander-in-chief. The VP is just kind of like, how you doing? Can I come? Like, they're just along for the ride. I don't know. It's bizarre to me. But yeah, no, Joe Biden, he should definitely, anything that he did as a VP, I don't think he should have any type of immunity for. He had no real power. So why should he be above anybody else? As president, I don't think you have immunity, but I don't think the judicial system is the place for you to have to like own up to whatever you do. Like that's got to be taken in different ways. Because most of it, you're going to have to undo some shit. But going after them through the JOD, that's crap. They're not going to do crap. Like, they all work together. They're all in cahoots. So I don't trust any of them. But yeah, you're right, Dart. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing at all. My hope is that somehow somebody puts a motion for it to the Supreme Court, because the 11-year blanket immunity for things that they're not charged for, which to my knowledge is not how pardoning works. How do you pardon somebody that hasn't been charged of something? Like, what are you saying? I know you did it, but you're cool now. and pardoning them on things they may be charged with later, an anticipatory immunity, like that's just giving them carte blanche to do whatever the fuck they want. If he has immunity for all future crimes, what's to stop him from going out and just committing the worst ones? And being like, well, I have immunity. You can't touch me. That's like that diplomatic immunity. That never sat well with me. Like, oh, well, our customs are different, so our laws are. I don't care. You're coming to this country, you abide by this country's laws. I don't give a fuck what you do where you're from. If you want to do that stuff, go back where you came from. You're in my country. You go by my rules. The same ones I have to follow, you have to follow. So that diplomatic immunity can kiss my ass. Oh, I'm on a roll today. I don't even know if we're going to get to criticism because my brain is like, I'm literally having like brain spasms. It's weird, guys. I haven't had fog like this in 4 months. It's weird. I would pardon my child too, but I wouldn't claim for years that I won't. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, we all knew if push came to shove, he would do it. I mean, let's face facts. That's just, it was how it was going to go down. But to stand there and blatantly lie and then be like, well, the president said no. Oh, Jean-Pierre, oh, I've been over this. I stated and said, like, stop being smug. Stop with the pompous, like, self-righteous, we don't lie attitude when you blatantly lie to everybody over and over and over. And now it's out there for the world to see. Literally for the world to see. I think with the blanket pardon, he's trying to stop him being charged for treason, but not sure if it covers that. I don't care if Hunter Biden is charged with treason. I want Biden to be tried, like Joe Biden to be charged with treason because he sold the Americans out. He sold this entire country out for personal gain. And he avidly went against our best interests and put us at risk with the invasionary force and everything that he's done to stack the deck against our own progress, our own success, against our ability to live our lives to the fullest. He has literally single-handedly gone against the Constitution and our ability to pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Like, those are things we're supposed to be able to do. And he has thwarted us at every single stop. And he should pay for that. Him and everybody involved. Because it wasn't just treason against the nation as a whole. It was a treason against the very people that make up that nation. The whole reason the nation exists. They think the nation exists for their means. No, it's our country. It was founded as our country. Whether we were the first people here or not, we conquered it. It's ours. Get over it. I'm sick of all the, they did that shit 400-500 years ago. They did that shit 250 years ago. They did that shit 100. What they do today? Who's suffering today unless they're suffering underneath their own weight of their own bullshit? I don't have opportunities. Why? Well, because I won't conform. No, you want to be an individual. I'm so sick of all these people with that. I always felt different. Everybody feels different. Everybody. Nobody pops out of the womb and goes through trial and goes, I fit in so well. I'm just so happy to be here. The only people that do that are highly medicated or retarded. Like, who has not felt like they didn't fit in? Who didn't feel like they were being left out? Who didn't feel like an outsider? Who didn't feel inferior, superior, smarter, dumber, funnier, boring? Who didn't feel different than the people they were around, even the people they were raised with? Everybody has gone through that. Using that as an excuse is bullshit. You're not special. You're not unique in a good way. Everybody's unique. That inherently wipes out the uniqueness because everybody's different, so nobody's different. It's a double negative. Like, oh, I didn't feel like I fit in and I did everything I could. You're trying to fit into a group of other people who similarly don't feel like they fit in anywhere, and they're trying to conform. So nobody's being their genuine selves, and everybody suffers because maybe the person you are underneath is somebody really worthwhile who can contribute to life of yours and everybody else's environment in a positive way. But because you reject that, because you're scared, everybody gets to miss out on the good parts of you. And you're missing out on the good parts of them because they're pretending because they don't feel like they fit in either. Everybody's full of shit. Just be yourself. The people that like you will be there. The people that don't will fuck off or criticize you constantly. Either way, you're going to know where you stand. Guess what? Get rid of the shitty people, keep the good people. It's that simple. Very healthy. Get peace. Don't worry about happiness. Happiness comes and goes. Find peace. Find acceptance. Love who you are. Be like, yeah, I have flaws. So the fuck what? So do you. Never let anybody else put you down and say, well, you know what? I'm sorry. When did you wake up perfect? That's all you got to tell them. I'm sorry. When did you wake up perfect? I must have missed that half a minute. Like, did I blink and miss your perfection at work? Because you're not. So stop putting me down and start maybe looking at yourself and fixing yourself. Let me worry about me. Oh, I'm so fired up. I have such a headache. Such a headache. This whole thing gave me a headache. Darth Idiot no, it's cover up all the criminal shit that Joe is directly connected to. Of course. Of course. He doesn't. I'm sure he loves his son, but at this point, he's like, I'm not going to go out on too many limbs for him. But then he's like, oh, they're going to point it at me? Ooh. Yeah, just give him a blanket pardon. Like, just wipe the slate clean. You could know everything that you want because I'm sure he realizes in the next 4 years, a lot of things are going to get uncovered. A lot of things. A lot of heads are going to roll. And he don't want his to be one of them. So he's like, all right, you could find out all the shitty stuff about me. You could find out what a creep I am. You could find out what a liar I am. You can find out exactly just how villainous and evil I am and my family. But you can't do anything about it. So, like, they don't care if you know. They only care if they have to pay for it. That's my favorite line from Gone with the Wind. You're like the thief who isn't the least bit sorry he stole, but he's very, very sorry he's going to jail. I'm sure. Oh, I'm so fucking wound up. Biden's statement was a slap in the face. Yep. I had more respect if he would have said, I love my son. Yep. If he would have said, I love my son and I'm giving him this pardon and you're all just going to have to deal with it. It's kind of like, okay. He even could have turned around and said, any of you with children would do the exact same thing in my position. And I would have understood it. I still would have been pissed, but I would have understood that there's an honesty there that couldn't be denied. But the fact that he won't even admit that, like, it's like, really? I love my son. And that could have just ended there. I didn't like how he was being talked to about in the media. Really? Really? You who drags everybody through the mud. Your precious son, you didn't like them talking about him. Boo fucking who? Boo fucking who? Again, he's not better than anybody else. He doesn't matter more than anybody else. He matters to you. And in the end, what really matters to you, how it reflects on you, what you have to pay for. So if he can't be persecuted and turn on you, because let's just face it, junkies and ex-junkies, not the most reliable backup. He would let shit slip. He freaking lost an entire laptop full of like really, really incriminating fucking evidence. And you think what? He's not going to throw you under the bus if it comes down to it? Yeah, of course. So, okay, no, take away that opportunity. There's no chance of him turning on you because he can get away with everything. Oh, that's fair. Like, Darth Hideous, there were no prosecutors in the Johnny Depp trial. I know, but you know what I mean. One side and the other side. Plaintiff, defendant, whatever the hell they were. I think, what was she, the plaintiff or the defendant? I don't remember. She's a dipshit and her lawyers all sucked. Turn your mic on, Elaine. Uh, I just loved it. Elaine just couldn't say that umbrella guy. She's like, this umbrella dude. That's not his name, bro. Like, just say Tug. We all just say Tug. Just say Tug. I still remember when friggin' Johnny Depp's lawyer, the elusive one that they wouldn't let talk anymore, when he did his deposition, he mentioned Tug, and we're like, I could literally feel how excited all of us that usually watched were, because we were like, we know him. Which, I mean, none of us have met him, but when you spend 8 hours a day for months with somebody on, like watching their streams and interacting in their chat, you feel like you know them. And it was so exciting. I was like, oh my God, because he was such a little channel at the time. And forget it, he just blew up. But and then that one dude was like, umbrella guy, like, what do you, I don't know, it all sounds so schizophrenic. I was dying. I was like, here you got the trailer park weirdo talking about how other people around here sound schizophrenic. Like that's a hit. That's a direct hit. Oh, that trial was amazing. It was funny and frustrating and sad and happy and just every emotion of the rainbow. Oh my God. But Elaine sucked. And so it was Rottenborn. A more apt name for a lawyer you're not going to get. Could you repeat that one more time? When he kept, I can't, how did Rottenborn not understand that text was not violent in nature? It was about Johnny Depp throat fucking Amber Heard. And he was just like, well, you were threatening her. No, he was saying he's going to do something that she likes. He was like, I have other uses for your throat. Like, how do you, and you just keep repeating it like a jackass. That was amusing as all fuck to me. Well, proving Biden is dumb, because now if Hunter is asked about the big guy in emails and texts, Hunter cannot plead the fifth. Yeah, but I don't know that he would say anything. I mean, like I said, junkies, even ex-junkies, not exactly reliably quiet or discreet. But let's face it, he probably doesn't even remember half of what happened because he was out of it. I know there were many times I was high as a kite on weed, and they're like, oh, remember? I don't remember that day. You want me to remember a conversation? Rub a lamp. Like, it's not going to happen. My brain was checked out for the day. You could have committed 10 crimes in front of me, and I would have been like, I don't know, but I know I smoked like Blue Dream that day. I don't remember the rest of it. And I don't care. I don't care. Well, you were there. Was I? Like, was I 100% there? Because I don't even remember even being conscious that day. It gets that bad. Luckily, I don't have days like that anymore. I haven't in like a year, well, over a year. But I can see where that would be like, where they're like, oh, well, this, I have no recollection of that. Well, why not? You were there, bro. I was physically there, but my mind was on Pluto building cities and shit. Like, I was not here. I get that. I do. But I don't know that he has anything to say. And he's already quite adept at lying. So why wouldn't he just lie his way out of it? It's not like they could prosecute him for lying. He has immunity against all future charges. Like, what the fuck? That's what I'm saying. He could do anything. He could tell them all. He could sit on the stand and tell them to go fuck themselves. Can they do anything to him other than harass him? What, they're going to make his life more difficult? Like, he gives a shit. And he has plenty of money, so he could just fuck off and go live somewhere else. Maybe go live in the Ukraine. Fifth can only protect you from incriminating yourself. If he's pardoned, then he's not incriminating himself. True. Biden is a dumbass. Thank you. I was wondering what the I figured it was along those lines. Heidi said, I guess I'm cold and tough love, although I love my three and would do anything for them within reason. If one of them did what Biden's son did and it was proven, I would expect them to do the time. But that's what I'm saying. I would pretty much pardon my kids, but there's got to be something in there, not blanket immunity. I would want something, like take the most egregious thing they do and be like, no, there's consequences. You have to answer for something. Like I'm not gonna let them take the rest of your life away from you because I'm your mother. I gave you that life. I'm protective of it. But you gotta pay the piper for something. Like you can't get off scot-free. And that's what they're doing. They're getting off he's getting off scot-free. And it's not right. He's not gonna learn anything. There's no solace in anything that has been done. And it's just injury after injury after insult after injury that they keep heaping on us. And they're not giving us the ability to heal by seeing justice prevail, by seeing the right thing get done, even minutely. I'm not asking for lock him up for life, put him in Gitmo, like hang him up by his toenails. I'm not asking for that. But make him accountable for something so that I don't become completely 100% jaded that this world is fucked. Like, just have a little bit of fairness twinkle through so we can keep hoping for better. Like, that's all I want. And I would expect my kids to do that. Yeah, do I want to protect them? Sure. But I also want them to grow into be decent fucking human beings who understand that every action has a consequence, good or bad. If I can shield them from whatever I can that will hurt them, if it's not going to, thwart their progress or thwart their growth, their development, then I'm going to do it. But there's got to be answers. It's like, all right, skip it. I would say I pick my battles when it comes to my kids. There's things that I'm like, fuck it, they'll learn eventually. That's one they got to learn on their own. They got to do that one on their own. And then there's ones where I'm like, oh no, we're going to sit and have a conversation you're not going to enjoy. And it's going to be followed up with some consequences. And you're not going to like those either. But tough shit. Oh, you hate me? Hate me then. This has to happen. That's what we do as parents. He didn't do that. He's never done that because he's a pussy. He's just, just let everybody walk all over. He just worries about himself and his reject wife. I can't fucking stand that woman. But that's all he gives a shit about is how it looks. How does this look? Oh, well, I'm just going to make up stories and I'm going to lie. Why wouldn't the son lie? He lies. He lies all the fucking time. Oh, Corn Pop was a bad dude. Oh, they came out with tiki torches and shut up. Oh, I took that guy out back and I gave him what for? You gave him what for? You probably gave him $4. You didn't give him shit. Oh, I'm a scrapper. No, you're not. Even as a young man, you look like a pussy. Like, stop it. Oh, look at me. I'm tough. I ride the train. I went to law school. Yeah, that's nice. In other words, I could beat you with one hand and my eyes closed. Like, stop. This is unfortunately what has been put out there as like real men. And he's not a real man. He's a piece of shit. He's a deviant and he's a criminal. To me, that's not manly in any way, shape, or form. He's corrupt and his ethics are for shit. They're absolute dog shit. I know I'm cursing a lot today, guys, but I am so wound up over this stuff. It gets to me. It really does. Because I just want the world to just be fair. I don't expect it to be fantastic. I would love it, but I don't expect it. I'm not delusional. But I'd like to see a bit more fairness. That's what really gets my goat every time, is just the unfairness of life. And it doesn't have to be that way. Life could be so simple. Like, it really is very simple. People complicate it by doing shit that they shouldn't. by letting temptation in, by listening to the devil. People all have their demons. When you give the power to the demons, that's when life goes topsy turvy. Gutters, Bob. New member, thank you, honey, for joining up. Oh, let me see what I got. I have the super chat thing, but I can't play that except for a super chat. So we shall dance. I'm not kidding. Y'all better be dancing this song. Come on.
That look in your eye when you dance for me, baby. I can't deny when you dance for me, baby. Dance for me, baby. Dance for me, baby. Dance, dance for me, baby. Dance, 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 dance.
I love that song. That's one of my favorites. But thank you, Gutters Pub, for becoming a new member and for your gifting of 5 memberships. That's why I played the long version. Gutters Pub gifted 5 memberships. They went out to, let's see. Oh my goodness, I'm so far behind, y'all. I'm not even going to apologize because I had a lot on my mind, and that's what we're here for. Judge Maddie was given a membership. A Mac Talking Smack. I don't know who that is, but I wanna. Oilers fan forever. How you doing? Lady Autumn Sky. And why is it only listed? Oh, HT. It snuck in there at the end. HT. So thank you very, very much. Gutters Hope. She's so sweet. She's probably gone by now. Because I'm so fucking far behind. It is what it is. I am who I am, and that's all that I am. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. Yes, welcome to Innocent Bystander level membership, Gutter, and thank you for making 5 more people innocent bystanders. Just remember, when you give a gifted membership, you make an innocent bystander. That's kind of why I did it, because it's fucking funny, at least to me, and that's all that really matters. Is I have to amuse myself. But thank you so much again. 5 from Gutter. You're so sweet. Thank you. Everybody's saying thank you. I love that you guys are so appreciative. You do my heart good. You really do. Wolf from Hands Gutter, a tankard of coffee. I don't know, for 5 memberships, make it an Irish coffee, please. Oh, I had coffee the other morning. My mother's husband got me coffee. He was like, I'm pouring coffee. Anybody want any? And he was like, Shell, you want coffee? I was like, sure, half a cup. And because I don't like to drink a lot of coffee, the regular. I drink the mushroom coffee now. And it is very helpful throughout the day. But regular coffee puts me asleep. So I got half a thing. He brings me a mug and he's smiling. I was just like, oh Christ, what now? Because the only time he like smiles for no reason means he did something that I'm not aware of yet. And I found out real quick what he did. He poured the coquito into the coffee instead of the creamer. So I started my day with coffee, rum, and Everclear and whiskey, because that's what was in the coquito. And it was just like, oh, okay. I was like, and then I took a nap for 4 hours. So no more coquito in my coffee. I'll stick with the Irish coffee late in the day if I make any. But it was really, really good, though. I got to say, it was really good. Yeah, you call Redman instead of Redman. And he's from Jersey. I thought it was cute. He does, too. He said so many people call him Redman. Who? Moving away. Who's Redman? I have no idea what's going on. Heidi, moving away depends on the probation stipulations. He might have to stay in the country. No, that was actually part of their probationary things. If we're talking about Young Thug, I don't know if it if it's included as well in this one's probation, but I know that he moved his family away from where they were already. But I know Thug has it in his probationary stipulations that he can travel internationally. He can go wherever. They cannot keep him in the continental U.S. or in Georgia because he has a livelihood. And his primary residence wasn't Georgia anyway. His primary residence was L.A. Like he lived in California. So they brought him back, like they dragged his ass back to stand this trial and to go into the shittiest jail in the country. Well, one of them. But yeah, I remember that part of his plea deal was they cannot limit his mobility. He needs to be able to go on tour and to do deals. Like they're not supposed to talk to one another, but he has this, it's in there that he still has to have interactions with people with records. Like you're not supposed to associate with anybody who has like a felony charge, that they, even if they went to jail, whatever, doesn't matter if it was 40 years ago, you're not supposed to be with that element. And his is, well, I wouldn't be able to be in the music industry if that was the case. Like, so he knows it's full of people who've broken the law and have like past charges and served their time. But I mean, that's another thing that I don't like. If you served your time and you paid back your debt to society, it shouldn't be held against you the rest of your life. It really shouldn't. If you have rehabilitated and you've served your time and you're not the same degenerate piece of shit that went to jail the first time, then I think you should, be free of that. That's a tough yoke to carry, to drag through life. How could you possibly be better when you're being reminded of what a piece of shit you were before? That's actually what today was supposed to be about. It's about people criticizing and not letting you evolve. They don't accept change and they constantly criticize based on who they knew or who they thought you were. Like their own perceptions from way back that they refuse to let go of. They refuse to say, hey, maybe, this is a different person. Outpost nerd. Love the pic, Shelly. Yes, thank you very much. So I don't know if you guys know, but I have been playing with the AI on X called Grok. Winning made the mistake of introducing me to this program, and I was just like, let me see what it could do. And so I've been having fun with it. So I have, for my detailed like descriptions that mean nothing to me, I have Claude. And for like pictures and real quick summaries or whatever of what's going on in the world, I have Grok. And then the other day I sat down, I was like, I do all this research and then I have a hard time organizing my thoughts because it's so much information. I wonder if Grok would make a bullet point like format for me. And I said, all right, let me try. So I typed in, Grok, would you please, da, da, da. And I always say please and thank you to the AIs because fuck you, they could take over one day. Even if it's in my wildest imagination, why take the chance? Just manners are free. So maybe they'll remember, oh, she was very polite. I know, crazy thinking, but whatever. It's how my mind works. I use my manners so I don't fall out of habit of using my manners. It doesn't matter that it's an AI. I'm asking for something. I'm going to say please and thank you. So I typed in like, could you bullet point Pidgeot's stages of development? And it gave me real concise, boom, 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 boom. And I was like, all right, but that's kind of rudimentary. Like that's really simple. Like it's a little too simple for what I want. So I was like, could you list them and then give similarities and comparisons between them, as well as examples, and then tell me what happens when those developmental milestones are met or unmet. And in 20 seconds, it gave me every detail in the prettiest format, in the easiest, most simplest format with everything I wanted. 20 seconds, done. And I was like, holy shit. I was like, oh my God, I could use this to do my research when I'm doing research to format it for me. And then I can talk off of that based on, what I want to talk about. And I don't have to script everything because I write everything out. And my scripts are usually conversational. I do everything conversationally. That's how I wrote my term papers. That's why when people are like, I got a 50-page term paper, I'm going to die. No, just do your bullet point outline and talk your way through it. Like if you don't have to type it, like literally your first draft, record yourself. Just talk. Just talk. And if you could do speech and text, it's even better because then at least you have it all right in front of you. You're not going to forget it and you don't have to retype a whole bunch of stuff. You just got to edit. But that's how I've always done it. And that's why I always got like, the highest grade because the teacher could understand it and they weren't bored in it. It wasn't just fact. It was a conversation where I'm telling you what I've learned and what I think and what I see. And it builds a story. It's always a story. If I do it conversationally, it becomes a story. And you remember it. You don't remember just the odd fact dropped here and there, but you'll remember a story that made you laugh or made you cry or pissed you off. Like that's what sticks with you. So I did that. And then I was like, well, if I'm going to change my format, I really should update the thumbnail because I've had the same thumbnail. Because I was telling one, I was like, oh my God, I've done 129 plus shows of just coffee and chaos. Like it's been a year and a half. It's time for like an update to my brand. And I was like, I really I love the cat that Connor made me. But I used to have like a different cat that, it was like somebody made a 3D for me of it and it spun around. And then Winning came along and was like, we're going to scrap everything. And here we go. And he like really like upped my game. And then Connor made, the new icon, the new avatar. But I wanted something new. And I did talk to Connor before I did it. I was like, would you be insulted if I, adopted a new avatar? He was like, no. He was like, but you still love mine. I was like, no, I love yours. I love yours. I was like, but I kind of want something that's more, about me. Like, because I don't put myself on the camera. So I kind of want them to look and be like, okay, there she is. Now, granted, that's like fantasy me, but there's elements of me in there. I was very specific when I asked Grok, and I gave my age. I gave everything. I gave thickness. I gave height. And it was still like, here you go. And it was all just like, you're really pretty with big boobs. I was like, really? That's what you took from that? Really? Like, okay, look, fuck it. I'll go with it. It's the internet. Who cares? It's as close to life as it's going to get. So meh. But I wanted just a new thumbnail. Then I was like, all right, but I need a new Avi. So I created the avatar and then I started on the thumbnails and then I started on banners. And I was like trying to fix it. And because they were so cute, there were so many. I actually exceeded my Grok usage in 2 hours. They were like, you got to wait 2 hours. Like I made Grok tired. Like the AI was like, bitch, leave me alone for 2 hours. I need a break. And it was funny to me. But I had like all these things and I'm trying to fix them. And I'm not an editor. I don't do that I do the best I can. My old thumbnail was really like, it took me forever to make that. So like, be kind. But I made it and I'm showing my son. And I was like, I don't like that this is like, it's too abrupt of a edge and it doesn't flow. And he was like, you'll figure it out. I was like, thanks for all your help. I'm so glad I got stretch marks for you. He just left me on my own. And then I was talking to Winning and I was like, I don't like it. I was like, I like it. Like, I love it because it's new and everything. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? I was like, he was like, what? I was like, I don't like that it does this. And I don't like this part. And he was just like, just send me the file. Just send it to me. I was like, all right. I was like, but I want this to be the same, but like, I'm just not happy. So typical of Winning. 5 minutes later, he sends me back like the first draft of exactly what I actually wanted. And I was like, oh my God, that's perfect. He was like, no, not yet. And I was like, oh God, because this is what we do. It's, oh, I love it. Let me use it. No, not yet. It's not ready. It has to go through several incarnations before it's, up to his standards. And then he finally sent me like the last two, and I was like, oh my God, that's great. And then I was like, do you think I should use it? I was like, because it's, I'm not used to like putting a face to me. Like, I'll just throw my face up there. And he was like, no, it's great. I didn't think that it would go over well, but he was very supportive about it. So I hope you guys do like it. I change it across all my platforms. So you won't see the kitty hanging on the license plate up front and personal, but it's going to be there somewhere. It's going to be there somewhere. Like, I'll stick it on a mug in the picture. Like, I don't know how it didn't make it into this one. Probably because I messed with it so bad that I lost the right one. But he like increased saturation, he stretched stuff, and like he made it to fit, and he improved it. So thank you very much, Winning Reality. My avatar and my thumbnail would suck without you. So thank you. But I'm glad you liked it. And I hope you guys, it's not a big difference, but I'm sure you'll acclimate. You will acclimate. Outpost nerd. When you have a computer billionaire calling for the culling of people like we're nothing more than livestock, things are bad. Are you talking about Bill Gates? Fuck Bill Gates. He don't give me any money. I don't profit off his existence at all. So he can go screw. And yeah, I agree, nerd. His views on humanity are fucked. Somebody in power in the World Economic Forum are working with him to see that it happens. The WEF is literally on its last legs. They're a concern, but not a worry. They're not really much of a threat because Trump will never let them take a stand and take over. It's not going to happen. The man, for all the bad things said about him, this is not one of his failings. He wants us to be free Americans. He does not want us to be enslaved, global people. Like, he doesn't want us homogenized. He just doesn't. He celebrates the individuality. That's what he's about. Not that fake individuality that they push as, oh, I'm a toadstool today. Like, no. Like, no, he wants you to be the best you could be. But don't be a drain on society. Like, he expects you to step up and contribute. Like, don't be a piece of shit. Don't be a drain on, society and the resources of the world. Like, step up and man up, basically. Sack up. That's why I like him. Why does the gas station look like Judge Dredd? What? I wonder what fresh hell the WEF have in store for us for the next 4 years. None, Enya. No, I mean, they might be working and trying to like retool their thing, but I highly doubt they're going to have any large effect on us because we're aware now. I just hope it's not zombies. I mean, we're surrounded by zombies as it is. They just don't eat brains, which is ironic because they really need them. They need to be in prison for crimes against humanity. Absolutely. Absolutely. There aren't enough brains left in the world to feed a zombie apocalypse. See, there, I hate when Nerd and I agree. It makes me wonder, where did I go wrong? No, I'm kidding. I read that there's a zombie insurance now. So there's that. Oh my God. Zombie insurance? Shut up. Is there really? This world is too goddamn precious. I know I'm an hour behind. I will catch up. I'll just ignore everything and just read the chat. Can you imagine trying to make an insurance claim during a zombie attack? You can't get them on the phone during no attack. Can you imagine during some type of like apocalyptic attack? Yeah, because I'm not worried about running from the zombies. I'm worried about calling my insurance guy and be like, oh my God, I got bit. How much was that worth? Ah, flat. No. Yes, is this Allstate? Right. And you said last, I'm not telling my husband about this because he'll go and look into it. No, please tell him and have him come back and tell us because that would be hilarious. How fucking funny is that if there's zombie apocalypse insurance? Like, really? That's a scam because you're just paying your premiums and your insurance people they're gonna be the first ones whose brains get eaten. Or they're gonna be the first ones to turn into zombies from the get-go because they're already soulless. But yeah, no, like talk about useless. God. No UFO in the news yet. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be invaded by aliens today. Does everybody have that on their calendar? Make sure that, you keep your windows open and the radio on so you can hear the frequency. It's so funny because somebody said that I think they said 39 days after the Joe Rogan Trump interview, if that happens, and 39 days later we'll be invaded by aliens. Really? I'm going to go out on a limb and maybe I'm wrong, but I guess we'll find out as the day progresses. Call bullshit. Like, come on. I have so many things in this world to worry about. You think I give a fuck about aliens? At this point, I'm like, go ahead, land, take him. That whole government. You want our power? Take you want our leader? Joe Biden, that's the leader. Take him away. Go ahead. Take his whole family, take his VP, take his cabinet, take his DOJ, take his FBI, his CIA, take all the governmental people and just take them to your planet and leave us poor little humans to fend for ourselves. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I would happily throw every global leader under the bus and be like, you know what? They're the ones with the power. Take them. Take them all. Oh, us poor little humans. However will we make it? We'll be fine. Like, you just take all of them. Take them all and leave us. And thank you. God, free up money, resources, sanity. Like, oh, you want people that are mentally ill? You can't have those because I qualify. Listen, I might have mental issues, but I ain't crazy. Okay. And it took being on YouTube for me to figure out that I am not crazy. Did you know that? I am not. There are bitches out here that I'm like, damn, I don't get how they function day to day. Like, how are you still alive? Just statistically speaking, you should have had a piano or something dropped on you. You might, like, brainless. Like, how have you not licked the light socket at this point? Like, I don't get it. I just don't. Like, there's crazy and there's crazy. And yeah, no, I'm not crazy. I'm bitchy, I'm emotional, and I'm fragile, but I'm not crazy. I am well aware of the things that I do and why I do them. The ability to control them is something I'm working on. But does that make me crazy? No. That just makes me human with a lot of baggage. And makes me victorious because I'm here to fight it every day. Crazy people don't realize they're crazy. They think everybody else is the problem. Everybody else don't get it. Everybody's against me. No, they're not against you. But if you'd shut the fuck up once in a while, you'd stop making enemies. By the way, Darth, I know you're probably not listening, but I really did enjoy your stream with Divinity that you did the other day. It was very nice. I hope to see a lot more like it. I like when you start talking about religious stuff. But I do want to hear a lot more of your opinion. So speak up a little bit more. UFOs in the news. Pretty sure those morons talking about the UFOs on 12/3 were lying. Knock wood. Knock wood. Toot, toot, as Winning says, do the spitting thing. Because I do that for the luck to ward off evil and negativity. That's a Guinea thing. Um, Lady Autumn said, well, they changed the name of UFOs to something else, so I couldn't follow any of it anymore. Yeah, I don't even know what they call them anymore. I really don't. Like they have a whole other shortened thing for it. It's like I'm so tired of letters. Can't WTF, OMG, FBI, CIA, DOJ, JOD. Like what the fuck? Like I reverse them so often that I don't even realize I do it, and I'm just like, ah, screw it. They knew what I was talking about. Like it doesn't matter what I say as long as you understood what I was saying. But yeah, I can't keep up with all these little, what are they called, acronyms or whatever. It's ridiculous. Yep, that guy in the video about the predictions didn't show the receipts from what I could see. No date stamps, no proof of predictions being made, in my opinion. I mean, Heidi's like Q. Oh, look, I put this out, then Trump put this out. Like obviously we're connected. No, you just change your timestamps and nobody noticed. It's nice when you're really sneaky. Yeah, and you're the only one with the receipts. I looked it up. They changed it in 2022 to UAP. Yeah, that don't make any sense for me. UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena or unidentified anomalous phenomena. Bafungul with your phenomena. UFO, unidentified flying object, was very descriptive to me. Very succinct. Like, why can't you just because language. Because language. They got to change the language so they could change the visuals that you get. Because if they call it a UFO, you're thinking Orson Welles' War of the Worlds. Like you're thinking about every movie you've ever seen that had to do with aliens and UFOs. You're not thinking what they want you to be thinking. It's fantasy if it's a UFO. It's less believable. But if they label it something else, well, obviously it must be real if they're going to all the trouble of changing what they named it. Like, I did a rebrand. Still the same name, but it's a rebrand of the optics of what you see when you get in here. Change my background. I even have a little winning in there because it's got the green firelights because I don't go anywhere without my winning. And like I did that, but just because it meant something to me. So you think it's oh, she changed everything. Oh, what's going on? You become interested and you want to know about the new that you see. It's the same thing with changing the names on things. They want you to divorce yourself from what you thought of it before and get rid of those preconceived notions you had and all that information you had from before so that they can indoctrinate you into this new mindset to see it their way. Because they no longer want it to be a threat. Now they want you to be interested because if you're looking there, you're not looking here. Sleight of hand, sleight of vocabulary is what they're using. That's all they're doing. They're trying to remove the old image from your head and replace it with the image they want in your head. So they rebrand it. And they hope, like it'll grow legs and like people like it and it'll take effect. And I was thinking last night that these guys had to have been making crap up because when the program know about the name change, if it was predicting the future. But see, that's just the thing. If now they change the name, all these people with their predictions and whatever, the same way they want to change biblical terms to mean something else. Like they don't want to, they're trying to like talk about revelations as though, no, it's not what's going to happen. It's just them trying to say, well, there are consequences and this could be one. Not that it's an eventuality, not that it's predetermined. They're saying, no. That's just a story to scare you, whatever. And they change the names of it or they add in different vocabulary to make you feel like, oh, it's not going to be that bad or it's going to be easy to spot. It's way far away or whatever. The mark of the beast. Now, we always talk about the mark of Cain and stuff like that. Like Cain's bloodline was marked, not a physical mark. It was a mark on his soul, a mark on his spirit, and a mark on his bloodline that would carry through for generation after generation until everybody went back to heaven or down to hell till the last judgment day. But people have interpreted that as, oh, like the witch trials. They tried saying that any of the marks on your body were witches' marks. They were, some of them, and I've read quite a few things that they basically chalked it up to being like the mark of Cain. That, you're evil, you're capable of murder, you're otherworldly, you're possessed by demons, because they feel like Cain only killed Abel because he was possessed by a demon, though there's no written, like story about that. It's just people's imaginations. They start just making shit up, and sometimes the tails grow legs, and people keep perpetuating it and tell this one, tell that one, tell that one, and it's an interesting story, but it's not true. So it's like, okay, you have no factual basis. You don't even have like a biblical basis for it. It's not in the Bible. Oh, well, I found these scrolls somewhere, Oh, okay. So I'm just supposed to, who wrote them? Well, we don't know. And so maybe somebody was sitting in a cave bored, like you do, because you don't have internet, you don't have radio, you don't even have another person. But I have all this papyrus and I have ink and I have a quill. So let me just go insane in my isolation and write these things down. Not everything is divinely inspired, and we desperately want it to be. So I'm a little more judicious when it comes to non-canonical biblical things. I'm even judicious when it comes to the Bible. I love God. I told you I have an amazing relationship with God, with Jesus, the Holy Spirit, Mary, Michael, all of them. But man is highly fallible and man can be highly biased. So there's been so many translations of the Bible. I'm not going to take it verbatim. I'm going to take the lesson, but I'm not going to hold you to a time and a date and whatever, because they've changed the calendar many times over the millennia. So not everything is going to be as they thought it was 2,000 years ago. Time is different. Time moves different. It's counted differently. It's marked differently. So all these dates and everything people come up with, I'm just like, that's nice. Like, I just write it off. But I guess we'll see by the end of the day if aliens will be landing. If they're landing, they ain't coming here. They don't want my mother. She's my alien deterrent. Could you imagine if they probed her? Good God. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So I feel pretty safe in my little Pennsylvania home because I got Big Mouth at the helm. Hey, Mac, talking smack. There you are. I said I don't know who you are, but I wanna. Oh, I love the name. Love the name. Thanks for the membership. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The irony. I know, Heidi. I know. These are not libtards you were looking. These are not the libtards you were looking for. Yes, they are. All the libtards. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Take them all. Take them all. Lunch is done. Have a good day, nerd. Now that Biden has pardoned Hunter, not even Biden himself can undo it now. Oh yeah, no, that bell has been rung and cracked and buried. Like, he's done. And the thing is, people are going to bitch about it and they're not going to do shit. They're not going to do shit. Somehow they will turn this around. You mark my words. If they haven't already, because I haven't really been on Twitter much and I haven't been watching the news because my mother was busy this morning, so I didn't get a chance. But they'll find a way to put this on Trump. I guarantee it. I can hear them now go, well, he wouldn't have been pushed into this scenario if he didn't think that Trump was going to come in and prosecute his son. And he did it out of fear of dictatorship to protect his family. Like, shut up. Like, if Trump didn't put Hillary Clinton in jail the minute he became president the first time, what are the chances he was going to do it to Hunter Biden? He's got bigger fucking fish to fry. And I hate to say it, but if I was trying to think like Trump, I would say, I'm not going to put myself out and prosecute them. Why am I going to go after them? Look at them. They're self-imploding. Just keep giving them the rope. They'll hang themselves. It's fine. And he knows that. Never, when your enemy is fucking up, don't get in their way. And what is he doing? A very, like the thing Yuri said, he's like, well, all these guys, if your enemies are going in one direction and you don't like, basically, if that's the direction you want them to go in, just leave them on their own. Otherwise, you can just guide them to where you want them to go. You could, and that's what he does. He uses their own hubris against them. They feel invincible, because their optics, their view of where they are in the world is so skewed that they still think they're ahead. And maybe in some areas they are, but the thing is, they're not hidden anymore. We see them and we're calling them out, and they're like, oh, but they're just people. Yeah, but there's 1% of the population is comprised of you people. The rest is us. And we might be lazy. We might be slow on the, getting the, like right now, like words, slow on words. We might be slow, like figuring out what's going on. Like we're not catching up at the speed that you guys were moving, but we are catching up and we are catching on. And you're so fucked because we can't unsee once we've seen. And once we've seen it once, we're going to notice the pattern every time you do it. And we're going to call you out. And there's a ton of us. So many more of us. And because we found each other, we feel empowered to fight back. Even if it's only with words. Because sometimes the best way to fight back is to just educate other people. Give them the information that they were lacking. And that's the only tool they need to make a difference. Then it's up to them. You can't make the decision for them. You got to leave it up to them and say, you know what? You could contribute. You just got to make up your mind to do it. See, I love Gen X, but we are a mighty, mighty force if you can get us to move. Honestly, and I hate to be like so stupid about it, but honestly, first they went after the kids and then they went after the poor squirrel. And we all grew up on Lassie, Benji, Bambi, thinking that all the woodland forest creatures were sweet, like in Snow White and Cinderella. We love our animals because we didn't have parents that hung around. We had the cat that would sit in the bed with us all day, or the dog that would go wherever we went, or the bird that learned to chirp just for us. Like we had the affection and love relationships more with our pets than we did with the adults in our lives, because the pets were home, the parents fucking weren't. So we actually are very, very animal minded. We're very conscientious of how we take care of them, and they're valuable, their value in life. I can't talk, so just suck it up. But we're aware of them. They're a priority to us. And you're gonna go after this dude's squirrel and his raccoon, and it's got a cute little name like Peanut, which harkens back to our childhoods again with Snoopy and everything else. Like you're pulling at the Gen X heartstrings, and now we're mad. So it was just a couple things that they really should have just not done, and they would have skirted by for another 2-3 generations until they just took over. But now you activated everybody that had lost a pet and knows that heartache, because that was the only fucking source of love and comfort that we had as kids. See, now you fucked with our childhood. You fucked up. Gen X is all about our childhoods. We thrive or die based on our childhoods. And you done went and fucked with it. You remade our childhood classics in the most woke way possible. That pissed us off. Like, you ruined Star Wars. You ruined Harry Potter. You ruined all this shit that, like, either we grew up with or we had with our kids, memories with our kids. And you went and made it all this woke bullshit. Yeah, you pissed us off. You pushed the wrong buttons. But Other than that, like, we never get off our ass. Like, you can get away. We're just like, whatever. I don't give a fuck. We are the generation of I don't give a fuck. I literally have no fucks left to give, except when it comes to that which I love, which consists of my children and my pets. Pretty much it. Everybody else you learn, it just comes in and out of your life and they're temporary, but your kids and your pets, that's your heart. Don't come for either one of them. That's when we get angry. Even Darth, I guarantee Darth, he might let you talk shit or whatever and talk back to you, but he will punch you in the face if you go for one of his animals. Guarantee it. Guarantee he will try to beat that ass if you go for his pets. Mm-mm. Yeah, but you can't unring that bell. Oh, there you are, Darth. Hideous was wondering where you were hiding. He's been around. I love it. No, he hasn't been leaving me music, which is a little irritating because I check that music thing on Discord pretty much regularly, and I'm not seeing stuff, Darth. I don't know. I'm not happy. You know, I like a few new songs. Sometimes he sends me ones that are really funny. Like, yeah, what was that one about? You could try Jesus, but don't try me. So that one made me laugh. Knock, knock, no one home. I is his brain. Mm-hmm. Everybody's special. Oh, we're that far, but I'm up an hour behind. That's not too bad. I'll catch up. So that doesn't make you special. Everybody's special, so you're not special. That's right. Just like, oh, I don't feel like I fit in. Nobody feels like they fit in. Nobody feels like they belong. I'd be worried if you did, because when you belong, that's called a cult. You don't want to be part of it. If you suddenly walk into a room where every single person acts just like you and you're all the same, turn around and get the fuck out. Act like it's like Amityville Horror House. Turn around and book it. No, you do not want to be around people who are just like you. You know why? Because you're probably not all that pleasant anyway. You got your bad points. You really want to be around people with the same bad qualities as you, the same good qualities as you. It's both boring and highly aggravating at the same time. No, I don't want to be around people who act like me. One of me is enough. Do I want similarities? Sure. But I want there to be enough differences that everything stays interesting. What's the point of talking to somebody who's exactly like you? You're not going to grow at all. What are you learning? Because you're both exactly the same. So neither one of you are going to see any shortcomings in the other person, because you think, oh my God, this person's perfect. That means I'm perfect. Oh my God, we're exactly alike. And then you go off and smell each other's farts for the rest of your life. No. Biden pardoning his own son is a major conflict of interest, Wolfram says. There might be a legal loophole there. I mean, I would think there would have to be. Like, I was really interested last night when Winning played, he was doing Unrig the Game and he was playing the book. And I was like, holy shit, that's a loophole. Like, yeah, okay. If we have people in government that absolutely cannot be fired from their positions, it's still legal to just absolve that position, just eradicate the position and not rehire them, because you're not fired, but your job is no longer, in service. So, like, your position is gone. Well, where are you going to put me? I'm not. That was your position. That was what you were qualified to do. That was what you were hired for. I can't fire you, but I can get rid of that position, and then you're asked out anyway. Well, put me somewhere else. Oh no, that would involve rehiring you, and you'd have to restructure and get requalified. And no, we're not doing that. I already have those positions filled. Bye, bitch. Bye, Felicia. Like, I haven't said that in years, but I was really impressed with that. I was like, holy shit, that's an amazing loophole. I love loopholes. Loopholes and semantics. That's my wheelhouse. That's where I live. So it's like, don't lie, but You don't have to tell them the whole truth. You can just leave shit out. And, like, if you're going to ask me a question, you better be pretty fucking specific, because I will listen to how it's framed, the verbs, everything, and I will pick up where you're lying, what you're trying to dig out of me, and what I'm not going to fucking tell you, and how I can honestly not tell you that or tell you something different. Be very specific in your questioning of me. That's just how my mind works. So when this guy did that, I was like, oh my God, that's genius. I love it. I really hope somebody goes at this pardon with that same mentality of loophole, let's find the loophole. There's got to be. I don't know of any laws that don't have some technicality that you can exploit. There's got to be a way. And we do have people brilliant enough to find them. We just need to find those that are brilliant and motivated in our favor. That's the tricky part. But I have every faith it'll get done at some point. I don't know that it'll come to much, but I'm sure they'll uncover some loophole. Biden pardoned his own son is a major. There might be a little loophole, as minuscule or microscopic that might be. I hope there's a loophole. Absolutely. This just cements the Biden's legacy as a lying, corrupt family. They're the Biden crime family. I mean, let's face it. They've done nothing different than any other organized crime syndicate in America's history. Nothing different. They're purely self-involved. It's purely self-interest. They have no problem going against their nation, against their ethics, against the very people that brought them to the positions they're in. There's no loyalty. There's no honesty. It's purely a dog-eat-dog world for them. And they're going to do whatever they have to do to put themselves ahead. That's it. And when, like push comes to shove, they're going to keep their heads above water no matter what. It doesn't matter if they have to stand on the heads of every one of us to do that. They're going to do it. They don't care. They're evil. They are evil. I don't know if you could hear my daughter, but she's loud as shit. She's about 3 rooms away. And I hear her like she's next to me. So I'm hoping you don't hear. Amica cream makes everything better. See, you thought of that because I mentioned Johnny Depp and Tug. I used to love Tug's little, he had a little cartoon song and everything about the Amica cream. It was hilarious. Amica cream? Amica cream? Yes, Amica cream. Like, really? And she said that like 5 times, and I'm saying, I've been around fighters my whole life. That, you mean arnica cream? Like, and then I was like, wait. And I purposely typed it in Word. And I was like, oh, if your eyesight's a little iffy, that R and N just fuse right together. And I was like, oh, I see it. But did you not go through this before you presented your case? Nobody said, what the fuck is amica cream? I mean, that's some pretty bad communication among lawyers. That, or they wanted her to look stupid, but whatever. Meaning others look away from the obvious of the conflict of interest. They pretend like a conflict of interest is nothing. They do. They're just like, screw it. Like, just move on. You people are making too much out of nothing. Wolfram agreed with Heidi. And last, full drinking, half thinking. Oh, look who showed. Hey, how you doing? Showed up with the devil horns. Nice. I'm sure you're celebrating the trial being over. I hope we get a better one, because I would miss having Lee do his stream in the morning, because that really, like, it gets me woken up and it makes my brain work. Hope all doing well. Hope y'all doing well. Hope you're doing well, honey. Thank you for coming by. Angry conservative T3. The reason it happened is to protect Joe and Barack. I mean, we know that, but I don't. See, Joe's on his last leg, so he don't give a fuck one way or another. Like, yeah, his legacy is pretty much shot to shit, but he's like, I'm gonna die in a couple, like, months, years. minutes. I don't know. You know, life is tricky that way. But he's old as dirt and his mind is going anyway. Even if he lives, he ain't going to remember anything. He's not aware. So he don't give a shit. But Barack Obama? Okay. We'll see how that goes. Him and Big Mike. I'm about tough love too. And if there's a murder or something, I would agree with them paying the legal consequences. But that's not the issue with Hunter. I mean, Hunter still has to pay back the taxes. Does he have to pay back the taxes? He won't. Somebody will pay them for him, but I doubt he'll put his hand in his pocket. Suzanne! Hi, honey. How you doing? Welcome, Suzanne. How's Canada? Is it cold up there? It's fucking cold here. It today was like I think 19 degrees was as high as it went today. My feet are so cold, and my feet and my nose. The only two things that get cold, my little nose and my feet. Welcome, honey. Angry. Hello, everyone. Full drinking, half thinking. Oh, we got a $5 super chat and a kiss. Hello to all. Thank you for that. And I get to play this. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Always love the support I get from you guys. And did somebody throw your... Yeah, if somebody could throw his link up there, I know Wolfram probably did it and I missed it, but if somebody could throw his link up there, he has very good shows. He fucking makes me laugh. As a parent, I can understand, but miss me with that shit. Say, yeah. I mean, we could all understand it, but it's just like you could have went about it so much better, especially after all this time of no. And it's not even that he lied. It's that he said, I would never. And they all said, it's not even a thought. He knows nobody is above the law until they are. And like, we're nothing like the other administration. That was the talking point, right? We're not going to pardon Hunter because we're not like Trump. Well, no, see, Trump holds his children accountable for the things they do. And they're all decent human beings with good heads on their shoulders. Hell, Barron is like the bastion of perfection. God, he looks like a Greek god. If you look at him, like they've put up statues from like the Pantheon and everything else. And he's got like the chiseled features and he's intelligent. He's sociable. Like this kid is fantastic. And he's being raised in these times, which usually that would automatically make you some sort of degenerate or retard or just not good things. But he's a great kid and he's going to be a great man. And he's watching his dad and he's like, hell yeah, I'm with you. And that's amazing. That's how your children turn out when you show them you care about them more than every other thing on the planet. When you show them, yes, we have money, but that's not all there is in life. You have to have a heart that's willing to be generous and believe in charity and believe in second chances and be optimistic, to be aggressive in good ways. Like you have to stand up for yourself and your principles and the people you care about. And if they don't like your language, that's too goddamn bad. You stand up for yourself. You don't let anybody push you around. That's what he grew up with. What did Hunter grow up with? Oh, well, yeah, go ahead. Fuck your dead brother's wife or whatever. It's fine, because I'm going to be over here showering with my daughter. Like, no. That's the difference. And the fact that they like to demonize Trump kills me because I'm like, you don't like it because he calls you on your bullshit. But he's not out debauching himself and like slipping deeper and deeper into the bowels of hell the way all you people are. He's not rejecting God. Oh, I'm Catholic. I go to church every Sunday. To do what? To do what? To repeat the same prayers you repeated all your life that have never, ever sunk into your soul? I could repeat something every minute of every day for my entire life and still not believe it. Still not understand it. Still not let it sink into where it nourishes who I am as a person. And it affects my decisions for the future. I could ignore all that because that's clearly what Joe Biden did. Oh, I go to church. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you go to a table every day and just stare at the food, it's not feeding you. If you don't take it in, it's not going to do you any good. All you're going to do is wither away and die. And you're always going to be hungry for that food. The same way you're hungry for inspiration. You're hungry for the good things in the universe to make their way to you. He didn't care about any of that stuff. He cared about money and his name and power. That was it. And those are all tools of the devil. All tools of the devil. Do I love money? No, I don't. I appreciate money. I know that it can make a lot of things easier. But is it going to be at my bedside comforting me when I'm on my deathbed? No. Can I curl up with it and watch a movie and get it to talk to me and laugh with me and have a memory? No. Is it important? Unfortunately, the world has made it so. But as a person, no. People existed long before currency. We matter. Each other. People matter. Our animals, they matter. Nature, the earth, that matters. Money is nothing. You could burn an entire pile of money and the world keeps spinning. Burn a person, you can't replace them. You can replace the money. You can't replace that person. So yeah, money doesn't mean much to me. It never has. I understand I have to have it to survive. But that's not what makes me live. I live for the people in my life. I survive because of money. Like that's just how it is. I make ends meet because of money. It's a means to an end. But it's not the be all and end all. And if I lose money, I'll go out and make more. Because I'm not afraid of hard work. I'm not afraid of ingenuity. I will figure it out. I know at the end of the day, I'm going to be all right and I'm going to keep everybody in my sphere all right. Because that's who I am. It's not about making the money. It's about keeping them safe. My daughter is so loud. Angry Conservative. I'm hoping that in January I'll be able to have super chats and members. Oh, I hope so. Are you getting monetized? That'd be awesome, man. Congratulations. I hope you get there. I really do. I'm not up on where anybody is anymore because YouTube is asshole and they give it and they take it away as quickly as they give it. Just sub to you. I actually went on Shenny's. I was in Shenny's chat yesterday or the day before. I think the day before. And she was like, sub up to Shelly. She was like, oh, you got to do. Oh, I'm not. They unsubbed me. I was like, oh, her and Digger were both unsubbed. I was like, yeah, I'm losing. I've been losing subs like crazy. She was like, I wondered why I wasn't getting any notifications for you. I was like, yeah, because YouTube hates me. Angry Conservative, I thought you only had Rumble. No, he's got Rumble and YouTube. Yes, he does. He's everywhere. Thank you for subbing to him. Appreciate that. Hi, Daisy girl. Look, I'm only an hour behind still. Jesus. Oh my God, Shelly. I know. I'm going to wait until next year, but I'll be streaming to X in the new year. Cool. Very cool. The rapper Redman. Oh, you were talking about not being hip hop. Inya, I mean, you're talking like I have any clue what I have said thus far. I don't. I say it and then I forget it. Nom guzzle burp, excuse me. Nice, Wolfram. I guess Daisy fed you. Yep, there it goes. Mm-hmm. County YSL. I mean, yeah. I was talking about his music a while back in your chat. Oh, I remember that. Okay. Yes, I do remember. I just needed you to spark the memory because I had no point of reference. I haven't been following a lot of it, Young Thug. Suzanne T3, you're wrong. If you go to jail for being serve your time, you're still at. No, but no. See, that's not what I said. I said I have a line. That's my line in the sand. I don't think there's any coming back from if you do anything to children. I don't think you should be allowed to come back. I think that's once you cross that line, that's the end of you. I don't. No, it's kids and basically basically just kids. And the fact of the matter is that they mess with, the kids and they mess with the squirrel. And that's what I was talking about. That's what got Gen Xers off their asses to go and say something and, get involved in the whole movement of getting Trump elected. But no, I don't think there's any coming back once you cross that line. Theft, murder, whatever, like those things, I feel like you can be rehabilitated because sometimes things just get out of hand. You could be altered in some way. But when it comes to the kids, there's no fucking excuse. On the wall you go and you don't come back. Like that's wood chipper. But no, I think you misunderstood because I have you know me. I have no mercy in my heart for anybody that hurts kids in any way, shape, or form. Like you never want to see me up against somebody like that because it's a very ugly version of me. I become absolutely cruel and heartless, and they deserve every bit of my temper, violence, and cruelty that I can muster. Every single ounce. And I don't forgive that ever. They criticize but don't allow for change, like Gorsuch's confirmation. I don't know, I pronounced that wrong, whatever. He went all the way back to his college days to find something on him. Yeah, it's like, oh, well, you haven't done anything as an adult, so let me go back to when you were young and stupid, when everybody fucked up, and let me find out what you did then so I could use it against you. It's like, oh, you took a girl and you ground against her on the dance floor. Dude, y'all remember going clubbing, right? If somebody wasn't grinding against you, you were kind of insulted because you were like, what am I, ugly? Like, what the fuck? Like, nobody's touching me. What the hell? And all these girls who went out with their nipples showing over, they're like, oh my God, he was harassing me. Bitch, I can see your nipples. If you didn't want the extra attention, put those suckers away. No pun intended. But put them away and shut the fuck up about it. Like, oh, I can't believe he was feeling up on my legs. Well, because there's nothing else on them, and you have to shave your cooch just to wear that skirt. Otherwise, it's a fire hazard. Like, stop it. Not just they used to irritate me. They just won't leave me alone. And you're wearing dental floss and duct tape. That's what clothing you're wearing. And you're wondering why you're getting so much unwanted male attention, why they're treating you like a fucking hoe bag. Oh, I don't know, because you dress the part. I can wear whatever I want. Yes, you can. And they can react however they want to what you're wearing. Actions have consequences. I don't get why this is so hard for people to fathom. If you go out and your cooch and your ass and your nips are on display and you're bopping them around and you're acting like a hoe and somebody treats you like a hoe, how the fuck you get to be shocked? How is it a surprise? Isn't that what you intended? Well, no, this is just how I feel free. Well, go feel free in your house And when you go out, feel not so free with maybe, I don't know, a shirt on. How about that? Let's just start with, like, I don't know, pants, a skirt, a towel, something that provides some kind of coverage. Because I know you're confident in everything. Maybe I don't want to see you. Maybe I don't want my kids seeing you like dingling, like helicoptering around the fucking neighborhood. Because, oh, I don't know, they're children and they shouldn't have to see that. Well, why are they here? Because it's their world too. Like, it's not like you're doing this in your own backyard. You're out on the street at parades doing this. Parades generally attract families. Just saying. Families include children. Children will see it. Therefore, children will see the parade where you're out there in your assless chaps and your dick flapping to the wind and your nipple rings saying, fuck me, I'm a whore. And then you're like, people don't respect me. I wonder why. I wonder why. It's a mystery. It's a mystery. That's like me going around punching people in the face. Going, I don't know why people are scared of me. Gee, that's a real thumper. I don't know. I don't know. If I answer everybody nasty and be like, and scream at them, and then I'm like, nobody talks to me. I kind of see what led up to that, Shell. Kind of see it. You might not because you're acting retarded, but I see it. Like, how else would I expect them to act? If I put out an air of hoeness, I should expect to be treated like a hoe. If I put out this air of, anger, I should expect people to be intimidated or afraid of me, or at least confrontational, because somebody's always going to call you on your bullshit. No matter how angry you think you are, other people are angry too. You're always going to find somebody who wants to compete. You want to throw hands, you go out there, you're going to find somebody to throw hands back. It's just the way of the world. You're not special, like I said. And these people go out and they literally check mark every single fucking box of how they're going to look. And then they're shocked and shaken. And I'm a victim because they did. No, you're not a victim. You were violated, but you went out looking for it. And if you want to take my words and say, oh, no, I didn't. Yeah, but you didn't go out there and protect yourself either. You can be free and express yourself, but common sense should tell you some things have a high likelihood of being dangerous and risky. So if you don't want to take part in that risk or suffer that risk, maybe rethink what you're doing and take some precautionary steps. That's all I'm saying. Like, if you go out naked among like a bunch of horny fucking people, something's going to happen to you. Unless you're horrendous. Well, you know what? I'm not even going to say it. I was going to say, unless you're like horrendously, hideously ugly, it doesn't matter. Somebody out there is going to stick it. It doesn't, I can't. Like, I've seen people get paired up and I'm like, damn. But whatever. One man's, trash is another man's treasure. And didn't that fucking ring true? But whatever. Somebody out there is going to say, meh, any port in a storm. Put a bag over her head, close my eyes, put a clothespin on my nose, and whatever. It's all the same in the dark. I actually had a guy tell me that once when I was like, why do you date all these ugly chicks? And he was like, because they're really nice. They take care of me and they will never turn down sex. And I'm like, there are attractive women who do that. He was like, yeah, but any port in a storm. And I was like, really? I was like, but you got to look at that. He was like, no, lights out. I was like, it ain't never that dark. Unless you're like in the mountains and there's no moon, it is never that dark. And he was like, he said, trust me, it's all the same in the dark. I was like, and that was one of the first times I was like, you need God. I was like, you need to go to church or something. Because no. And he was adamant about it I've known him, God, I've known him since I'm like, he came into the second grade. So I'm like 9. like 8 or 9, and he's always been like that. He's just like, and it doesn't matter. I was like, your dick is gonna fall off one day. You realize that, like, because just because they're ugly don't mean they're clean. Like, just because you were the only one that you know of, there were other degenerates like you who stick it in everything that were like, oh, I can get that chick, and then they go and bang her if they banged all the other ugly chicks, and now they're just spreading the disease down the line. And he was like, I never thought of that. I was like, yeah, no, it's the quiet ugly ones you gotta watch out for. Because those bitches know how to keep secrets. But yeah, he was just like, oh, it's all the same in the dark. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. I've been with men. I've been with women. No, not the same. Mm-mm. Nope. Light or dark, it matters. Like, and I don't like doing it in the dark because I like making sure I know where everything is, the condition of everything. Like, I need to be informed. Fuck that. They criticize but don't allow change. Okay, we read that. They all went back to his college days. Yeah, on that point, I agree with you, Suzanne. Yeah, there's no coming back from that as long as the person wasn't falsely accused. And that's the thing. A lot of these things that they accuse them of, they do it for the sensationalism of it. They do it to besmirch their reputation. And like we've seen recently, they go and dredge up things that were perfectly acceptable and even expected when we were growing up. And now they put like this new fangled morality that they have going of, oh no, you have to have, there's no implied consent. Bullshit. If you're coming to me and you're kissing me and I'm rubbing up against your whatever and I reach for your fly, that is implied consent. No, like if you don't stop me and I keep going, or you come at me and I don't stop you, that is implied consent. You're just going to ruin the fucking mood to be like, oh my God, can I touch you here? Can I touch you there? Can I? No. Where's the passion there? We grew up very passionate on 80s movies and shit like that. But like that was just normal for us. I don't want to go to bed with somebody and have to ask them all night long, is this okay? Is this okay? Is this okay? Is this okay? Can I kiss you in the morning? Can I touch you in the morning? Could you imagine, like, if you have to ask for consent for every single thing and don't just understand that this is the relationship and this is where we're going, and learn to anticipate, hey, these actions are going down a certain way, you lose so much. If you go to bed with like your partner and that's your partner, they still want you to be like in the morning, don't kiss them, because if you try to like have sex with them in the morning, that could be misconstrued as grape or whatever. Like, what? No. My favorite thing it's like, all right, if we're sleeping in the same bed and we're cuddled up and I wake up, I'm going to back that ass up and wiggle until you wake up, or at least till part of you wakes up. And then you better be on board. Let's go. Like, Shelly ain't waiting. Like, I'm not saying honey can wait. No, it's let's go. Like, what are you waiting for? Like, come on. Chop, chop, lollipop. No. Why would you say, I can't. They're like, oh, well, then that's violating them. No, it's not. No, it's not. Stop with the snowflake bullshit. Like, I know what it is to be violated. That is not a violation. Well, maybe they're not in the mood. Then he could say, I'm not in the mood. I got shit to do. I got to get up and do whatever. We don't have time for this. And if he says that to you, check your equipment, because there's something wrong with you. Because I don't know any man that says, no, I'm too busy. They're like, all right, quickie though. They're like, fuck it, I could be late. No. Oh, I put a face to you, darling. Oh, the shore scene backdrop is pretty. Thank you. I want because I like the colors, and I love the shoreline. I do. I will always love the crashing of waves, because it's just extremely soothing to me. A lot of people like rain. Rain just makes me have to pee. But like the waves, I could sit there all night and just lay on the beach and listen to the waves crashing, especially when they're crashing on the jetty against the stones. That is so serene to me. Oh, I put a face to you, darling. I try to say it like gutter. I can't exactly do it. When in reality, you're welcome. Thank you, honey. Let me see. Do I have? Yes.
Winning helped make everything better.
Always. Always my baby. Hey, Winning everybody's gonna say hi to Winning. No, Wolfram, do you watch TNA wrestling? Okay. No, sorry. We need WEF insurance. We need WTF insurance. What the fuck? I don't like insurance because I feel like it's just a huge scam. Because all you're doing is paying and paying and paying and paying and paying for an eventuality that may never happen. And the only way that you come out ahead in the end is if you crash something, break something, kill something, or die. So, really, like, what benefit is there? Yeah, it'll cover your bills, but how much money did you put out? Why not just take that money and just keep squirreling it away, squirrel it away, squirrel it away? And then you live off the interest of that money. And if something happens, you have the money for it. Because you're paying all this to an insurance company that ain't guaranteed to cover your ass. Because you know how good they are at not paying. So it's like, I hate all forms of insurance. All forms. I'm back. Had to take a call from my baby. 20-something, but it was my baby. My babies are still my babies. Katie's 29, and I'm just like, give the kid whatever. My mother's like, she's 29. I don't care. I don't care. When I talk about my kids, they're 18 and 29, but they're still my kids. They're always going to be children to me until they man up and give me grandchildren. Then they can move on and fuck off. And then I want the babies. But it's just like, they're 3,000 plus miles away. Oh my God. In the middle of having major allergy scratch testing done. Oh, that's good though. That's good. This way they can figure out, what to avoid. It's a shame because I don't think any of the allergy tests really work correctly anymore because they're based on what our food used to be. They're not based on what we're taking in now. So like they could say, "Oh, you're allergic to eggs." Okay, what time frame are you like judging this egg, this test on? Because eggs, is it a chicken egg? Am I just like, what am I allergic to? Is it the same kind of egg? They change everything. So how could they possibly know what we're allergic to if they're not like putting that specific thing in direct contact with you? Like they have all these serums. What's in the serum? Is it the new version of the food or the old version of the food? Am I allergic to the new version or am I allergic because I don't have the old version anymore and my body doesn't know what to do with this new protein or this new chemical or whatever? Like, how can you really tell? So I hope it's really, really goes well for her, but I'm so skeptical when it comes to allergy tests. Because I know I'm allergic to certain things now. But when they did my last allergy test, they were like, you're allergic to dust and dust mites. I was like, who the fuck isn't? Everybody's allergic to dust mites. Like literally every person on the planet, it will come back allergic to dust and dust mites. That's why they make you sneeze and itch. Hello? But give me something worthwhile. Well, you're not allergic to anything else. Really? How about aspirin? No, it says you're not allergic to aspirin. Oh, I'm not? Then how come every time I take an aspirin, I like Linda Blair it the whole time? Like literally just everywhere. And it's not over a period of time. It's the minute it hits my stomach completely empties. Vociferously. Volcanically even. Like it's disturbing. So and then, oh no, but we can't find it. But there's possible that you're allergic to things we can't detect by fungal. Then why am I here? I hope she has more luck with it because let's just face it, doctors and me, we don't get along. Because I think there should be common sense in what they do, and apparently I'm wrong. Winning Reality tomorrow night, I am doing a documentary called The Unbelievable Things the FBI Hid from You. Oh, I watch so many documentaries on that kind of stuff. I love them. I love just sitting there. I'm like, oh, okay. Everybody, Angry Conservative will be doing a documentary tomorrow night called The Unbelievable Things the FBI Hid from You. Check it out. Glad you all got to talk, Heidi. Hope the test gives some answers. My allergies are trying to calm down now that it got so cold. Yeah, but that like 2 week period in between like the warm and the cold, oh my god, the allergies hit this house like crazy. Gutters Pub, I licked the socket. I wouldn't lick back. He wouldn't lick back. Oh wait, that wasn't a socket. You girl, I love you. Well, from 3K miles, where are they? Hiding on the moon. Listen, I had to take Katie all the way to the Mayo Clinic for some fucking tests that they only do there. I was not a happy person, and she was not a good travel companion at all. But we did it because we had to. Um, and you for that prediction, I really think one guy said it, and then like 2 podcasts talked about it. We've been joking about it and counting that for real. We turn like the tiniest thing into like it becomes viral. Like everybody just, I heard that, and it gets some credibility of truth, and I'm like, no, like it literally some dude was like high on LSD and thought this shit up, and everybody's like, oh my god, it's so real. Like, no, stop it. Hope everything turns out right. Yes, we all do. We're rooting for your baby. Rooting for your baby. I hope they find something in the way that then she'll have a way forward to like get rid of whatever's, affecting her. Because there's nothing worse than going for all these tests and they're like, you're fine. And you're like, I'm not fine. Like, test it again. When you know something is true about your body and nobody believes you because they're like, well, the test result, well, the tests are wrong. Or you're not testing for the right thing. Or maybe you're just stupid. Or maybe the machine didn't work. But I know there's, stop telling me, well, maybe it's mental. Bafangul, it's mental. Like, I did not give myself hives. Like, well, the power of the mind. Oh, fuck you. Always an excuse. Always an excuse. Rumor Research Llama. That is an awesome name. Hello over on Rumble. Rumor Research Llama. Nice. Love it. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome. It's the new unknown threat. Yeah, well, it's the new shit to talk about. Since they changed UFO, I've categorized them in the same category as global warming, now climate change. Miss me with that noise. The whole climate change thing. I love when people like try to, oh, well, it's all because of climate. Shut up. Shut up. It would take, I forget what I was reading it somewhere. The way the ice caps are melting, it would take something like 3 or 6,000 years for the sea level to rise enough to cover like a half a mile of shoreline. Like, do they not realize that evaporation is a thing? Like that there's water cycles. Doesn't matter how much melt it evaporates, comes back down, refreeze. Melt, evaporate, come back down. It's a cycle. It doesn't just, oh, well, it's all melting and it's all going to be there and it's never going to evaporate and it's going to overflow. It's not your bathtub. Stop it. Ugh. And they don't take in like, okay, it's going to touch all these earth things and whatever. Earth absorbs water. I mean, if you go into dirt is not usually dry. The deeper you go, the colder and more muddy. Well, not muddy, but like moist. I hate that word. It gets like what they don't get that. Oh, well, why is it dry on top? Because air and evaporation. Like I don't. Anyway. I get so aggravated. I'm like, literally, you learned this shit in first grade. It's one of your very first science lessons is the water cycle. Why don't you guys get this? It doesn't just, it just landed there and there it is forever. No. It has a life cycle. it will go through. Like, I don't get it. I think people, they're not stupid. They want to remain ignorant so that they can claim they're correct. Because why would you want to take in information that makes you wrong? Right? They got to be right. Those are the people that got to be right. They would not rather know the truth than be right. They would just, I'm right and nothing you said. Okay, so facts mean nothing. Good to know. All right. So you're delusional. Let me not argue with you. Just let them win and walk away. Although winning doesn't do that. He went at some dude that posted comments in his Rumble, and I was sitting here going, God, that's so hot. I love when he argues with people. Like, he's not arguing, but he's like dressing them down, going, hey, oh, yeah, well, that's your opinion, but let me tell you where you're wrong. And then just goes at it. And I'm just like, oh, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I want to lick his brain sometimes. Thank you, Dinumers. Most of the allergies are birch pollen family related and affects eating. Oh, certain food raw, nuts, and many fresh fruit. Yeah, because it absorbs and gets covered in the pollen. Even when you don't see it, it's still there. I have similar allergies, and so does my mom. Mm-hmm. Has a lot to do with the changes to how food is grown. Thank you, Wolfram. I'm sure it will. It's precious to me that when they need reassurance, they call me. Isn't that nice to be needed? I love to be needed. They already are. T3, I'm sure. I don't know what we're talking about, but I'm sure you're right. You just slapped your mouth. Heidi, yes, I did. When the words don't come out, I'm like, I slap my cheek and I'm like, let's go, bitch. Like, get on board. But it works. It resets my brain. Yep, don't push buttons. Absolutely. That's conformity. No thanks. Devil's advocate, too. I nominate Shelley for dictator. Oh my God, I almost died. Daisy. She nominates me for dictator, not dictator, dictators. I'm a dictator. Thanks. Well, oh God, I got nothing to say. Oh, it made me laugh. I love you, Daisy. You're fucking hilarious. Like in the movie Office Space when Bob comes in and I posted a similar meme in T3's Discord. Yes, you did. I loved it. Hilarious. Bat got yeeted out again. Every time I'm in Winning's chat, it just boop gone. And I'm like, really? Really? Like it says I'm either disconnected or it boots me out of YouTube completely and just goes blank. And I'm like, it does not do this for any other site but YouTube. No other platform. I could be playing a game, watching a movie, whatever. The only thing that boots me is YouTube. And it's very frustrating. T-Rex is here. He said, look, I'm here. Yeah, well, I'm still a half hour behind. I hope everybody's doing well. I'm surprised he didn't say, how far behind is Shelley? We got to hang, T-Rex. I haven't hung with you in a while. Hope you're doing better. Daisy blowing kisses to Winning. You're lucky because it's you. Heidi, I am. Thank you. Just wishing it wasn't so dang cold. It's freezing here. How about, okay, so yesterday, my mother's husband went out and got a whole bunch of like the firewood. He, was chopping logs up and whatever. Brings it all in the house, puts it in the cabinet right next to the fireplace. And he starts talking about how we don't have to put the heat on because we have the fireplace. Okay, well, here's the thing. My house is really, really long. And the fireplace is all the way in the living room, all the way at the end of the house, the opposite end from my bedroom. And the fireplace isn't that big. Like, it's big. It's a standard fireplace, but it's still there. And then it's got to, like, the heat's got to make its way through the whole living room, then through the whole dining room, through the kitchen, through the front living room, the sitting area, through about 20-foot long hallway that's between the living room and my bedroom, and make its way into Katie's room, Connor's bathroom, the mud room, Connor's room, and my room. I have a lot of faith in the power of fire, but the heat, not so much, because guess what? Heat does not travel laterally or like linearly. There you go. Heat rises. And what does he say? He goes, "Oh, that's probably why none of the doors reach the floor, why they left the gap at the bottom of the doors, because all the doors have like a 2 to 3 inch gap. Ours don't, because I went and bought like the breeze blocker things and I attached it to the door. So fuck you. Uh, but yeah, no, like you could stick your whole arm underneath these doors." And he was like, "Oh, that was probably why, so that the heat can get into all the rooms." Yeah, heat doesn't work that way. Heat does not crawl along the floor. Fire crawls along the floor if it feels like it. It also crawls up walls. But heat generally rises. I can't talk to people who think that this is a thing and think they're absolutely correct. And I'm like, oh my God, said with such conviction that I want to believe you. Unfortunately, my head is going no because science, but it's like, come on, I can't. I just had to share that with you guys. So much is said in this house that I sit there and go, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Don't engage, don't engage, don't engage, don't engage. Just let them think that. Just let them think. Just, you're going to cause a fight. You're going to cause a fight. Just let it go, let it go, let it go. And then, of course, because I'm me, I'm like, actually, I'm like, no, and I'm like, no, you're that's retarded. Like, why would you think that's true? But yeah, so I gotta learn to shut the fuck up. I really do. Yeah, wait till Baron gets into politics. Oh yeah, it's gonna be amazing. T-Rex, how's my favorite Cachosaur? Cachosaurus? Is he a Cuchosaurus? What's a Cachosaurus, Daisy? I mean, he's a sore ass. What the hell have you been doing, T-Rex? And how does she know? I like my suitcase, Baron Trump. That was not said by that. What was her name? The Sarah Boone. I'm sure her boyfriend never said that. He sure shit ain't saying it now. Full drink and a half thinking T-Rex, bro. Uh, Daisy Girl Williams, you and Wolfram can both bite me. Ooh, kinky. Michigan can go F themselves. Oh, you talk about the whole brawl at the Ohio Michigan football game where Michigan won and Ohio got all salty and a fight started. I'm not saying who started it. I'm just saying a fight broke out. Because I'm not from Ohio, I'm not from Michigan, but I'm sitting here as both your neighbors going, damn. Like that escalated quickly. That was way back when everyone loved Trump. He was on Larry King and showed a clip of Barron at like 4 years old. He was so cute and he had a little accent like his mom. It was adorable. And I hated that everybody called him autistic. It's like, why do you think he's autistic? Well, he's just standing there and he's not talking. He's a child on stage next to his father who's giving a speech. He should be still and silent because his opinion don't matter in this instance. He's just there to be supportive, not to be in the spotlight. That's half the problem. All these people give these kids like carte blanche. They're like, oh my God, everything you think is like super important. Yeah, to me. To the world at large, they don't give a fuck. And you haven't lived enough life to have the knowledge to back up anything that you're saying. Unless it's this cookie is better than this cookie, then your opinion's kind of sketchy. I'll listen, but I'm not going to lean into it. Like you could tell me which which crayons crayon best. Which crayons color the best. Then you know what? That's your area of expertise. Awesome. If you want to tell me the best place, to, I don't know, sneak cookies into the room so your mom don't know you have them, yeah, I'll listen to you. I want to hear about little kid things. I don't want you there when it's an adult situation and there's things, being discussed. So, you know what I think? No, and I don't care. Shush. Like, this is your time for zip the lip, open your ears. Like, just listen and learn. Learn how to talk to people. That's why they're so aggressive when they talk to people and they get so bent out of shape because they don't witness conversations where they see the byplay anymore. They don't understand banter. They don't understand, light teasing, and they take everything personally because they took their little childlike minds and inserted themselves into adult conversations that they couldn't have a grasp of. And they were given like all this clout by adults, and they're like, oh, my opinion matters. So they never have to evolve. They never have to observe how more mature people interact. They just go with that childlike, I'm right and you're wrong. Like, that's all. And they never move out of that stage. I was never allowed to do that. Like, they literally, my grandmother was like, you sit in that chair, you be quiet. We're going to tell a lot of stories. Nobody wants to hear it. None of your stories come into play. Like, shush, statajit. All right, shut your mouth. All right. And if I said, oh, well, I would get that pinch to my leg. Oh, she never pinched hard, but she would go to that little space, like on the side behind my knee, where it's just a little fleshy before it hits your thigh. And she would just squeeze it with the very tips of her thumb and forefinger and just, and it was such a sharp little day. And then you got another pinch because you made noise. They'd be like, what's the matter? I stubbed my toe. I hit the table leg. Like, that was all me. Not that she's friggin' giving me a black and blue behind. And that's the thing. Like, she never left a mark. Never left a mark. If she did it to my arm, she would pinch my arm and then go, there you go, honey bunch, and rub that spot on my arm so that there wasn't a pinch mark. The whole arm was red because she was rubbing the arm in comfort. Like, these bitches were sly. They knew how to like hide the shit they did, but it was effective. I shut up. Wait, adorable Wolfram. Hi, Daisy. Wait, what? Proof his mama raised him and not a nanny, right? The fact that he has his mother's accent and he's talking like this. Like, I'm sorry, all the nannies by me were either Spanish or Hindu. So that's my experience with nannies. Daisy Girl Williams, I might be confused. I thought you were joking about the Ohio State Michigan game in which Ohio State disgraced itself. Well, don't say that. Don't say that. That's terrible. Nobody disgraced themselves. Shit happens. We live in a high octane world. Shit happens. Wolfram might get first dibs and you could have the legs. Oh my goodness. Legs for what? Scissoring? Because hello. Damn it, man. I need to start back watching football, I guess. Oh yeah. But I mean, that was like ridiculous. It really was. Even Hoboken, we rarely had fights at the football games. We were just like, where's the next house party? Like, football game's over. Whose house? How much at the door? Shit, I used to throw parties in my friend Monica's apartment all the time. And we used to charge $5 at the door. And the football players got half of it. And the only reason they got half of it is because I didn't want to take all of it because they were skimming as it was. But as long as I got back what I paid for the liquor, I didn't care. I've seen videos of Barron Trump as a baby talking with the same accent as Melania Trump. Yeah, it's adorable. Absolutely adorable. T-Rex, honey, I would never pass up a dinner invite like you just offered. Ooh, well then. Daisy's on a mission to confuse me. That's why I love me some Daisy Girl. Snurkity snort again, darn it. I know, I've been freaking... Last night I could not stop snort laughing. It was terrible. Like, no matter what, I was like, no, tone it down. And I was like, oh God. Yeah, apparently the lefties in the parliament are trying for a coup. Nice. I wake up in South Korea, declares martial law. Yeah, well. The whole world is fucked up. We need a whole reboot. Oh my God, what did I miss? Elephant! So much. I just can't. Oh my side. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Heidi. Full drinking, half thinking with another super chat. Let's do the boobies. That's right. Keep sending them, coach.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
I still love that one. I love it. So we got a $10 super chat from Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Thank you very much, sweetie. I appreciate that. The real riches in life is relationships, mama. You are absolutely right. People lose their soul chasing gold. It's true. I enjoy it here with y'all and you from Jersey. So I gotta show love. I appreciate that. Everybody's like, oh my God. T-Rex was one of the ones that said, oh my God, Shelly, you moved to Pennsylvania and your Jersey accent got thicker. I was like, yeah, well, who do I live with? Who do I live with? I would be surprised if I don't pick up a Spanish accent somewhere along the line and start eating chicken instead of chicken and wearing shoes instead of shoes. It's just like he doesn't call me Shelly. Never. Since the day I met him when I was like 13. Never called me Shelly. He called me Chelly. Chelly. I'm just like, whatever. People are like, oh, it's with the CH. No. No, not at all. But thank you very much, honey. I appreciate that. Yeah, like money is a necessity in the world we live in now. But God didn't introduce money with the introduction of life on this planet. He wanted life and wisdom and experience and love and devotion and loyalty. Like who we are intrinsically and who we love and how we love is what's important to him. Money never factored in. The land was all we needed. When people started owning things, that's when the importance of money started coming into play. And that's what created power plays. And that's what led to the introduction of corruption to the world. I don't think that what Cain and Abel did, like what Cain did to Abel, it wasn't a corruption. It was a sin. It was an evil. But I don't think it was caused by some material thing. It was more, he was so upset at what he perceived as God's rejection because he thought his gift to God would be good enough. And it just wasn't good enough, not because of what he put there. It wasn't the grains, it wasn't the fruit, it wasn't any of that. It was the intention behind it, because he already gave the sacrifice to God with the intention of, oh, he's going to love this. Like he gave it with this sense of hubris, of superiority. And because of that, it tainted the offering itself. So God rejected it. The Holy Spirit rejected it. And he took that and ran with it, and it turned into like, that's why you don't hold on to the negative stuff, because they fester. Would he have killed his brother without the jealousy? No, probably not. But where'd that jealousy come from? Was there a bias that he grew up seeing? Or was he just, tempted by demons and the devil from very early on and let that negativity enter his brain and then let it thrive? Like he let it grow. It became about, my material thing is better than your material thing. And that wasn't what God was asking for offerings from. He was asking for offerings out of love and loyalty and devotion, out of commitment, out of honor. And instead, Cain went and put this, and I worked really hard. Okay, so this isn't about what you're giving somebody else for their benefit. This is about what you did to acquire it. So it's about you. Your offering is about you. It's not about giving to God. It's about you being recognized for the effort you put in to give to God. And that is what led to your rejection. Like that's what made the offering inconsequential. It made it worthless because it wasn't about the, oh my God, this is what I'm offering because I think God will love it. It'll make him happy. You're not thinking about the person you're giving it to. You're thinking about, I did this and I had to go through it. It becomes about you. You should never give anybody a gift in any way, shape, or form. Do a favor. My grandmother and my great grandmother both taught me, if you do things for people, you got to do it with the expectation you're never going to get that returned. If they do return the affection or the money or the effort, then count yourself blessed and be grateful for it. But they're under no obligation to do what you would do because they aren't you. You can't do things for people with an expectation of return. You can tell them, I need a little reciprocity because, I just need that. Otherwise, the consequence of that is I'm going to move away from this and not do it again because it makes me feel terrible and you're not enjoying what I'm doing anyway. Like that's the same. I don't cook because I'm like, look at this beautiful. I don't care about how intricate it is. I go for the simple foods. I want something that's going to warm you up, stick to your ribs, make you feel all comfy, cozy. And you're just like, oh my God, I just want to have a nap. Like I want you to feel better when I feed you. I want you to bite into like a dessert and be like, oh my God, this is just everything I wanted all day because it just, it makes you happy. You enjoy it. I'm not sitting there. It took me 12 hours. I don't give a fuck. Just like literally, like I put all my love into that. I hope you really like scarf it up. Let's go. Because I need you nice and like, well fed. Because to me, that's my love language, feeding people. It's always been my love language. Giving gifts. It's always been my love language. But I'm very like, I told you guys I'm not good at getting things in return. I'm just not. Because it's so awkward for me because I'm not used to it. Because I was raised, you give, and if you get back, great. And if you don't, did they love it? Are they better for it? Did they enjoy it? Did they have even like a spark of happiness over it? Then job well done. Like that's where you leave that. That's what you strive for, is to nurture and enrich somebody else without the thought that, oh, well, now you have to do it for me. No, they don't have to do shit. It'd be nice if they did. You'd appreciate it if they did, but it's not a requirement for giving. There should never be a requirement for giving other than don't give at the expense of, the ones you love. Like if you don't have it, don't give it. Don't offer it. Find a different way to supplement it. Like, find a way to give them something else they need if you can't, monetarily do it. And I mean, that's what we all do. I don't expect anything in return from you guys. You don't expect anything from me other than show up and be me. I expect you to show up and be you. And that's really all that I ask for, is that you show up, you're yourself, you're respectful, and you help take care of each other. That's it. And it sounds very Pollyanna or whatever, but I've had so much violence in my life. I don't want that. I've never wanted that. And I strive for peace and caring. I'm not going to say love because people love to misconstrue that word, even though it's got such a huge definition. But I want people to care, care about each other, care about the environment, care about everything, care about the truth, care about making things better. That's all I want. And I think it's because I spent so long being apathetic. I spent so long being apathetic that it makes me happy to see people care. So again, full drinking, half thinking, thank you very much for your $10 super chat, but it's your words that really meant a lot to me. It is. Thank you very much. Host be hoeing. Thanks, Ellie. There's a there's a segue. Ellie, fine. I'm as confused as you are. You're so funny. It's fake outrage for more attention. They know exactly what the fuck they're doing. Oh yeah, full drinking. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Holy shit, 10 memberships. Full Drinking Half Thinking gifted 10 memberships. You're so sweet. All righty, let's see. What can we play? What? Because I got to do something else. Let's see. I think I might give you a little nerd. Very nice. Very nice. Let's see who got those. Who got those? So we got 10 gifted memberships from Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Where the hell is it? I guarantee I scrolled right past it. Yeah, there we go. All right. So we got Chris Mullen, Ronnie, nice. T-Rex, Suzanne, Andrea, Texas Troy, that would be Amber L's friend. P Digits, 3 Beers, Melissa D, Heidi, nice. Look at all you people. Please say thank you to Full Drinking Half Thinking. He is our stream sponsor. Look at that. Thank you so much. Throw his name out there. Say thank you. Make sure somebody throws his links up there. Please go over and sub to him. We need all the mutual support we can get. And thank you very much, Full Drinking Half Thinking. Very sweet. Very, very sweet. I appreciate you very much. Oh, make sure you say thanks, guys. And if you're thanking him, put his name out in there. Put a name on it. To quote Lead, put a name on it. I don't care where you're from. We have manners. Yes, we do. We have manners. Yes, we do. We have manners. How about you? Ellie, back up a few and replay to catch up. 2 times speed is funny. Heidi, fungal asar. Yes, my voice is funny normally, but if you play it on 2 times speed, I sound like Alvin and the Chipmunks on crack. Like, it's terrible, especially when I start laughing. And if I make like my special voices when I make fun of people, it's super funny. Double speed. I think like my friends back home, like a lot of them that do listen to this show, which is hilarious because there's more than I thought there was apparently, because I've been getting a lot of text messages lately. It's so funny because they're like, oh my God, they're like, you make the funniest, do this voice, because they know I have all different character voices. Because I switch accents like crazy. Like, this is my natural accent, but I can do British accent. I can't do the Aussie accent yet, but I'm working on it. Southern, I do Canadian, any kind of Spanish, Russian, French. Like, I can do all those accents. And I always had little like characters. And when I tell stories like face to face, I act everything out. That's just how I am. I won't get up. Like, I'll literally just sit there and talk to you. But like, my face and my arms and my hands they're doing all these things to act this stuff out. And I slip into different characters, like even Winning. Certain things, like if he's like off in lull and I'm like, Vinning, what are you doing, Vinning? And I don't know why I do that. I don't know where it came from, but for some reason it fits. And I do it all the time. But yeah, at 2 times speed, that shit is hilarious. God, it sounds like I'm literally sitting here with a helium tank, which I might do one day, because me on helium is hilarious. You're saying there is no roadcaster voice, whatever thing that can replicate me on helium. Trust me, it's fucking funny. Dang, I just noticed I was wearing a green dress. I look pretty. Daisy, you're always pretty. I love you. Heidi, all the dogs are howling to go out. Woo, baby. Shelly's on a rampage today. I just woke up full of feelings. And this is the place where I get my feelings out. At least I'm here for Shelly's entertaining ocean. But it's the truth. If you're going to dress like if it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a fucking duck. You have every right to draw that conclusion. I don't care if it's a mallard, if it's a different kind of duck. I don't know any other kinds of ducks but mallard. I should because I have them downstairs, but whatever. Like, I'm sorry. Like, if everything points to that conclusion, you're not jumping. Like I say, I don't jump to conclusions. I take in all the data, my brain processes it. I take one little step, and their conclusions are. Okay, I can't help it if you thought you were mysterious and nobody would ever see that. I saw you, bitch. I saw you. I see you exactly as you are. Shizzy once introduced me to somebody. Not introduced me. Well, for some reason my name came up, and he said to whoever he was talking to on stream, he said, "You know, I tell Shelly that one." He was like, "She doesn't say it, but she sees bullshit coming from a mile away." It's like, you can't fool that one. And I mean, there are certain people who were able to, but I was also medically, like, medicinally um altered at the time and high as fuck. So yeah, it was easy because I wasn't aware. But when I'm aware, it, like, I'll just look at you and go, I know you. I see you. It's fine. It's fine. Go ahead. Go be you. I'm not, until you hurt somebody I like care about or get like a little too wild, then I'm just gonna shut up and let you be you. But there will come a time where you're gonna cross the line, and I'm gonna tell you about yourself. T-Rex is well aware. He loves when people cross that line with me. He's like, oh goody. Like, he loves it. I don't care. I think he comes to these shows in breathless anticipation of hearing that maniacal laugh that I have when I'm done and it's time to be the other Shelly. Like, he just loves that. I wonder if me yelling at this squirrel to get out of the road so it doesn't get hit by a car is the same feeling my guardian angel has about me. Listen, I think my guardian angel is a chain smoking, like, whiskey guzzling mess who literally is just like, bitch, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. It's like talking to a toddler. I just know it because I go, you know what would be a good idea? And I hear in the back of my head, no. And I know that's not my voice. I'm just like, no. I hear it. And I'm like, but I'm fine. And I know that that's some divine intervention because I don't listen to nobody. So when something says, no, Shelly, no. I said no. Okay, fine. And I'll pout, but I won't do it. Shelly's behind. What about Shelly's behind? You mean I'm behind in the stream? Just not. I was wondering why you were like, oh, wow, Shelly's ass. Thank you. I know. It's very pretty. Smack it, flip it, rub it down. Oh, no. Daisy, how the heck are you wearing a dress? It's so freaking cold. Because she's not where you're at. She's in the South and probably inside. Well, it's a good thing because of food allergies she developed because of birds. Oh, God. I really hope that they find something to help her and that it's just taking something out of her diet and not adding a medicine to it. And if it is a medicine, hopefully there's like a supplement that'll do the same job. I'm so wary of medicine now. It's ridiculous. I don't even take Tylenol anymore. That's why I'm always in pain, but it's just like, no. Just remember, if I offend you this year, you should work on yourself so I don't have to do it again next year, Shelly, probably. I mean, if I dress you down over something and you don't take it to heart and you make the same damn mistake, that's your problem. You got everything that's coming to you. You deserve it. I hate repeating myself, which is ironic because everything Winning says, I go, what? Because either I wasn't paying attention fully or like I had something going and couldn't hear him or he mumbled. Every freaking sentence. What? He should just record things and just play them on repeat. I'm allergic to nature. Dust, grass, trees, pollen. Yep. Damn it, I forgot my tool bag. Is that what you're calling the old man now? Be right back. I can log into Rumble. It just won't play videos from it. Well, since I'm not showing anything, I had a whole thing I guess I'm doing it on Thursday. The whole YSL thing threw me off, and I started talking about corruption, and there went combating criticism. More like I should change that to combating corruption. Maybe I will, because today's topic just didn't land, and that's okay. That's fine. We roll with the punches. The magnetic pole shift is most likely causing any warming effect that we're seeing. I don't. I don't care one way or another. It's not catastrophic. These people, they literally have nothing better to do. Oh, well, it didn't melt this way. How do you know? Well, because in the ancient times, they were busy fighting for food and to, I don't know, not die of like horrible diseases that everybody's passing around, to not kill each other, to not die in childbirth, all those wonderful things that could kill them. That's what they were concerned about. They didn't give a shit about Antarctica. They didn't know it existed. So how can you tell me what happened? Well, because it says this, if you take out the core and you can measure, no, you've never proven that that's an absolute 100% guaranteed factual way of doing that. Does it work a huge percentage of the time? Yeah, the majority, I guess. But does that mean it's absolutely dead accurate? No. I don't care what tests you run. If it happened 10 million years ago, you're fucking guessing. You're guessing. I don't care what you say, because then in 200-300 years, somebody's going to come along and, oh, that thing that you were absolutely sure of, yeah, that's bullshit. I just disproved it. So stop. The only one who knows what happened back then is God and the dinosaurs, and neither one of them are talking. So, like, it's all guesstimation at best. And people have nothing to do but sit around and wring their hands and, oh my God, the end of the world is not going to happen anytime soon. Unless the idiots that we are go, oh, what's that button do? And then that's the end of the fucking world. And guess what'll still be here after we nuke each other? Those fucking ice caps. So, I mean, look at it this way. They're going to long outlive us. And yet we're worried about them. How about worry about the condition of humanity? Not the condition of the ice caps. They ain't going anywhere. They're not. Climate change isn't real. Shut up. Like, does the weather change? Yeah, it does that. Like, yes, I'm in very rare form today because I'm so tired of bullshit. It's just like, oh my God. Why? Just simplify your life. That's it. Just simplify it. Don't be all complicated. I love to jump down those rabbit holes the same as anybody else. I love a good conspiracy theory. I do. Some of them are just fun, but I don't give them any credence. But listen to them. They're amusing. A lot of them are freaking amusing. I'm just like, oh, you got dropped a lot on your head as a kid. But okay. Or you have people like, what the hell was that guy's name? Mark Sargent. Oh, you found a little group of people. You claim to be their leader. You spoke with conviction. You convinced people you knew what you were talking about. You're so full of shit. But more people who needed something to believe in and regular stuff wasn't working for them latched on. Yes, it makes absolute sense. Yeah, it makes sense if you don't think about it. You're not critically thinking about what he's saying. You're emotionally thinking about what he's saying. You're imagining the possibility of what he's saying. And if you are highly imaginative, which a lot of people are, you can imagine anything to be real. You can convince yourself of any reality but the one you're in, especially if the one you're in is not being good to you. It's easy to slip into that mindset. And that's what he did, and that's what they do. It's imagination station all over the fucking place. Most of us did that as kids and then moved on. Other people learned to take that imagination and turn it into, a career in writing, filmmaking, music, by creating things. Other people want to change the world in the worst ways. Like, the world is ending and we have to give up everything and cow farts are going to make us all die. Stop it. So we have to kill all the beef. let me tell you something. You try to take my steak or my hamburger from me, and you are gonna go back calling Stumpy. Like I will take your hand. Mm-mm. Don't play with the beef. Mm-mm. Yeah, one thing very important, Shelly, is beef. And I know phrasing is a thing, but whatever. Take that however you want to. Like you try to keep meat away from me, and I'm gonna be upset with you, and I'm gonna hurt you. She had an instant reaction to grass birch pollen and apple. Oh my goodness. Well, apples, really? That's sad. I guess because the trees and everything else. She'll be fine. She'll just have to make sure the food she's having a reaction to are heat processed enough to change the pectins. Oh, all right. So she can't have like raw apples, but she can caramelize the apples or like, even like nuke them in the microwave. That doesn't. Well, does that apply to like to dehydration? Like if she dehydrates the raw apples and stuff like that to make like apple chips and whatever, will she have a reaction to that? Or does the heat process work on that too? I'm just wondering because I don't know anything about the pectins. I know what they are because I've added pectin to my gummies when I make the weed gummies, but that's because like sometimes the gummy bears melt the wrong way. Add a little pectin, you add what you call it, a little more gelatin, whip them up, reheat them, and then put them in the molds. I love making my weed gummies. They're fantastic. I haven't made them in so long because I can't do shit in this house. Um, but yeah, that's about as much as I know. Is that lectin or pectin? I forget. It's something that ends in a tin. Whatever. I'm sure you'll educate me because I don't know. I believed in recycling and global warming when I was in middle school. Then I did my own research and found out it's all a lie. Oh yeah, all that recycling. I thought they would take the cans, take them to a facility. They're getting crushed, melted down, made into other things. No, they're taking them to a recycling landfill. Okay. Like most of the stuff we put as recycling just goes to its own separate landfill and just lays there until it, decomposes, which it's not gonna. So, where's the recycling? There's not as many recycle. I thought like every county would have its own recycling plant. I mean, that would make sense, wouldn't it? You take all the plastic, all the metal, all the glass, and you reuse it. Like break it down to its original state and then use it to mold other things or whatever. But they really don't do that on a grand scale. Like I'm sure there are places that do that, but not enough to make a goddamn difference. So then why do I have to separate my garbage if it's just going to a different landfill? Throw it all in the same fucking place. Hello, ghetto. Here's my squirrely link. Nice. She's over on Rumble. Now I must return to YouTube because I can't understand a single word on me. I can't understand a single word on the Rumble app. I love you, Daisy. You're so cute. So cute. Ellie, that sucks. We have a huge fireplace with blowers. Listen, there's only 2 blowers in this house and they don't belong on a wall. So if we used it, it would blow all the hot air into the house. No, none of that. None of that. We have the HVAC system, but it doesn't reach my room. It doesn't. It just doesn't. My phone can't tag. I love it when she says that. It's hilarious to me every time, Ellie. Every time. You're so, I want to hug you. I think if I tried to hug Ellie or Lass, like with my typical hugs, I'd probably get punched. I'm willing to risk it though. If I ever meet you, I'm hugging you. So just suck it up. You can call it assault. I was trying to post Shelly a video of the squirrel playing dead. In case you don't want to be squirrely no more, I posted it in Rumble. Oh, all right. Thank you, honey. You're funny. Is that the one where the broom falls on the whatchamacallit? I can't click on shit. And I'm always afraid I'm gonna click out. Up until 3 years ago, my dad used to heat our house with a fireplace, and he used a concoction of ceiling fans and other fans to blow the heat down and around our house due to poor placement of the fireplace. Yeah, no. The only fan in the house is mine because I made them install one in my room because the air conditioner doesn't reach here. So I need something. I don't like the heat like that. Like, I don't want to lay in bed and be like, I'm not even moving. Why am I sweating? Why is it 80,000 degrees in here? Like, did I just wake up in hell? No. Not going to ask T Rex to do nothing. His head's all fucked up. Okay, back. I kicked the kids off my computer. That's too funny, Ellie. I don't like OSU or I don't like Ohio or Michigan because of their lack of sportsmanship. Yeah, that's a common thing now. People are just so rude when it comes to the games. It's like, what happened to don't be a sore loser? It's, I'm telling you, it's all because of those damn participation trophies. It's okay, their class ended. That's good. Um, oh darn, Ellie Font can tag again. Put stickers on Wolfram's paws. You're fucking funny. I just use at or number on my mobile device for tagging. It doesn't work on her phone. Yeah, it doesn't. She tries all the time. She gets so mad when she can't tag people. But the funny part is, like, she'll come back here and then not tag anybody. Like, she tags you there. She only really tags me in Rumble. It's funny. She never tags me in YouTube. It's always in Rumble. Try the tail, Ellie. It gets them going in circles and zooming. Nice. Gotcha. It's different. Ties a flag on Wolfram. That works too. I saw highlights of the college games, and Ohio Michigan Brawl wasn't the only one that happened. It also happened at the Bama Auburn game too for planting flags. I mean, people, they should know not to, plant flags. Like, only conquering nations do that. So what are they saying? Oh, I own this field. Yeah, that's going to be taken well. Sure. Thank you for the tits and ass vid. You're welcome. Full drinking. You are welcome. Pop out chat and earbuds are my friend. Yep. Except that just scared the crap out of me. Nice. Nice. Chakas be flying. Oh, it's funny. I got more of I brought you into this life. I could take you out. I mean, who hasn't had their parents say that? Once Bill Cosby did that in that comedy sketch, Bill Cosby as himself, every parent on the planet was like, I brought you into this world. I'll take you out. I was like, mm-hmm. Daddy used to say that to me all the time. And I was like, you didn't though. And he'd be like, oh yeah, that's right. Never mind. Continue. Because he was my stepfather. So it was like, but you didn't bring me into this world. You kept me in this world, but you didn't bring me into this world. My mother's always like, I should have made another one. I was like, there were two. Only one survived. So you're already, down on the ground. Like, already your parenting is a little, questionable. I always tease her with that. And she's like, I don't know how you could joke about your dead sister. Cause never fucking met her. Like, she was literally like, we never met. There's no like attachment there other than the spiritual one. So like, I can joke about it because I'm me. Like, I didn't exactly come out breathing, bitch. But she forgets that part. She loves to forget that part. Or I'm going to give you something to cry about. Mm-hmm. No, the worst was this is going to hurt me a lot more than it hurts you. No, I bet you my ass it don't. I bet you. Literally bet my ass it don't. I guarantee it hurts me more than it hurts you. But let's try and make it hurt you. How about that? Never, never. It was a jealousy, Kanan. Yeah, it was a jealousy, but it was over the rejection. And you got to wonder, what did he see? What sparked that jealousy? Because it's not like one of them got the better toy. Like one of them chose to work with animals, one of them chose to work with the soil. So those were their choices. They weren't told you have to do that. The only mandate God put on them was, okay, you killed your brother. Well, now you have to walk the world alone, and your people will always be known for what you did. Like, your line will have to pay. It will have to pay for this atrocity that you committed. But this is why I love origin stories. I would love to be able to go back and back and back and find that seed that got planted in this kid's head that led to his jealousy, that led to the break in his divine spark that caused him to commit murder of the one of the worst kinds, to commit, fratricide. So it's like, to kill another human being is already a monumental leap from where we naturally were made to be. But to kill your brother, that takes something extra. What was it? And I'm deadly curious about what that was, because I like picking people's brains, for what motivates them, because it helps me understand people, and then I'm not so awkward, and I'm not so afraid, and I can anticipate what they're going to do better. Like, it's a lot harder to surprise me when I understand how your mind works. And it's just, I would love to know where that came from, because it's not like he witnessed the behavior in others because they were the first people. So, or as it goes, but even if there were other people, wouldn't they have been on equal footing together? Like, there would be a general innocence because the world was so new. So how did they take in that corruption? How did they take in that darkness? Where did it come from? Was it always there? Like, I want to know, is that implanted within all of us? Because God is full of light, but he also has to understand the dark because he created it. The Bible says he created the darkness and the light. Like, let there be light, but also let there be dark, and we shall call it nighttime. Like, he created it all. But did he create a bit of darkness inside each of us from the very beginning to bring balance? Is that what gives us our free will? Because if you only have light within you from the very beginning, you don't really have a lot of free will, because there's only one path you can see. There's only one path to walk down. But if you have a little bit of darkness, that gives you a difference, and it gives you an option, which means you have a choice. So did God create the darkness and put it within each of us just to give us the choice whether we want to choose between the light and the dark? Like that, I will sit here and I will try to like picture Cain throughout his life. And Cain and Abel, they both fascinate me, because one, there's no way that one was so radically different from the other when they started the same. So where did that divergence in the path happen? Where did that fork in the road happen? What put it there? Was it always there? Because if I can understand that, I can understand how people who spend their entire lives going good, suddenly have a huge deviation. And you're like, where did that come from? Like, that is totally abnormal for her to behave that way, or for him to behave that way. They've never, ever exhibited even a clue that was within them. So was it always there and they just didn't feed it? Or was it there and it was masked by the good things, or it was swallowed up by the light, and so you couldn't really see it, but it always existed? Did God put it there? Did he put it there for balance? Did he put it there to give us free will? Is that the only way we can have free will? Like, my mind goes a million fucking miles an hour over this shit, and I never have any answers. Never have any answers. And I just know that when I die, God's going to be like, just, we got coffee, let her in, because she's, this is going to be a long one, because I want answers. And I'm pretty sure that my version of heaven would be me getting answers nonstop. Like, just got to be like, let's sit down and let's have a chat. I already know all the questions. So just you sit there and just drink your coffee, smoke your cigarette, and we'll be good. Like, because I don't see God as this far off, like, I don't know, vaporous, like I'm everywhere. I humanize God in my mind because it comforts me. And I can relate to God. I can sit there and say, you know what? Like you're capable of anything. But I don't want to be bitter that things haven't happened the way I want them to. I don't want to be bitter about the pain in life. I don't want to be bitter about, circumstances beyond my control that apparently are in your control and you let happen. I don't want to hold that against you. But I need answers. I don't need them while I'm here. But when I get there, when I get home, like I need you to educate me, to talk to me, to make me understand. Like cuz I have questions. And I can't think on that level if God is just this particle, like that exists in every single thing. Like I need a more solid concrete form to focus on. And I do that, and it's funny because my God, like in my head, I've never seen a picture of him look like that anywhere. I've never seen a painting of him look like that, a sculpture, nothing. It's purely the God that's in my head. And his face is not really well defined, but his eyes are everything. And it's funny when I look, and because that's one of the things I always look in people's eyes when I talk to them. And there are certain people that I've met in my life that I can see the similarity between God's eyes in my mind and the eyes I see in front of me. And inevitably that person is life-changing for me in one way or another, good or bad. But I swear, like he puts the images in our head to give us little clues, but we can never really know. But he's like, you know what? I'm going to create an image of myself in your head that you can relate to, that you can hold on to, that's going to bring you comfort, going to bring you wisdom, a place you can turn to so that you're not so alone. You don't feel alone because human minds can't comprehend what God is thinking because we just don't have that capability. We're limited. And I think he allows us a humanization of him because we're so limited in our abilities in that area. But I could talk about God all day. Dang it, 10 minutes behind. Yep, Shelly. 2 times speed helps. It's funny as fuck, though. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer, do. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. It won't be a stylish marriage. I can't afford a carriage. But you look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle built for two. That's one of my all-time favorite songs, Daisy. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. That's why when you came along, I was like, it's kismet. It was fate. It was fate. Because the only other Daisy I ever knew about in life was on Dukes of Hazzard. I'd never met another Daisy. I got behind when I put that squirrel link in the Rumble chat. It's so cute. Squirrel knocks over a broom. Oh, I saw that. I love that one. Goes back to it, places a broom over itself, and it's like lifting barbells and plays that. Yep. Do full drink and throwing kisses to everybody. Love is a choice and actions, not emotions. Yeah, love is so many things. Has Wayne asked you to speak Klingon to him yet? No, we're not at that stage of Star Trek. We're not. But yeah, we'll get there. It's all right. I have faith. Listen, if anybody's going to learn Klingon, it would be me. Okay? If I can learn Elvish and Dothraki and a little bit Valerian. I know a little Swedish. I know a little German, Spanish, French, Russian, Portuguese. I'm very good at picking up little bits of languages. So Klingon shouldn't be that hard. I mean, everybody knows that Arcadis from Valerian, but Givi is that's beautiful. Like there's different little things that you say. I need some brisket. Girl, you love to tease us with the brisket. At this point, we should just give you our address and just mail us some brisket. Damn it. Listening and making a plate of meat. Mm-mm-mm. You know, I love meat that melts in my mouth. La 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 la. T-Rex. Hey, hey, hey. I was loved back then as I am a dinosaur. Let me tell you, it was way more. Oh, you were alive back then as I am a dinosaur. Let me tell you, it was way warmer, then it got way colder, Ice Age. And I think we're still coming out of the Ice Age. I mean, whatever. Also, according to Elon Musk, global cooling is way, 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 way more scary than global warming. Yeah. Water, if you can anticipate like an influx of water, you can build yourself a vessel to rise with the water, ride it out. But freezing, you just dead. Like you can't run from cold like that. There's no fire in the world that is going to like get you past like 100 degrees below zero. Like it's just not. You're gonna freeze. That's it. So yeah, Elon's right. I am much more afraid of freezing to death than I am sweating to death. I'll be all right. Carbon dating is fallible. There have been studies showing that what's reportedly 10,000 years old with carbon can happen quickly, just like canyons forming faster than the theorists say. Exactly. Like all these things that they were like, oh, it was carbon dated, and now they're like, yeah, carbon dating isn't exactly accurate. No, 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 no. You spent kindergarten through 12th grade telling me carbon dating is the way to go and how old everything is. And now you're telling me you're full of shit? Really? Thanks. Like, so basically, everything science taught me is bullshit. Awesome. Love it. T-Rex, are you singing a song? He's always singing something. Daisy, I'm like, Shelly, I'm always humming or singing a tune. Mm-hmm. Yep. And if you notice, I said last night, now I got Winning doing it. When he goes quiet when he's doing something, because I don't like dead air. And I'm always like, everybody's like, where'd you go? Now he does what I think he hums. Or he's like, do, 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 do. Like he's getting so good at the nonverbals. I'm so proud. It's amazing. Yes, about the apples. It depends on how dehydrated the apple. Oh, good. We got to that. And the process used to dehydrate. Raw, unheated processed apples, peaches, pears, plums, apricots, nectarines, kiwi, starfruit, cherries, and nuts for me. Damn, now I want like a plate of all those things. That sucks. I think I have oranges left. Because of birch allergies, but can eat if heat processed. Huh. I can eat applesauce and drink apple juice, no problem. Well, yeah, because they're cooked and then strained and everything else. Plus, you're not coming into contact with any of the skin or whatever. Huh. That's really interesting. I didn't think that heat changed things so much, like in fruit. But I mean, I don't know why I wouldn't. I guess I just never thought about it. God, that'd be like, I mean, you apply heat to potato and, you make a baked potato. So you change the whole consistency of it because eating a baked potato is vastly different than eating a raw potato. Let's face it. And a raw potato will make you really sick. I never thought of it for fruit, though. I got to look into that because that looks very interesting to me. See, that's a rabbit hole I'm willing to jump down. Planting a flag on your opponent's field after winning is asking for a fight. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. That's like going out with somebody else's man and leaving a hickey on his neck. You think that bitch ain't showing up at your house? She is. She is, and she's bringing friends. Like, how dare you not only touch my property, but put your mark on it? Like, oh, bitch, we fighting. We fighting. Flag, not justifying, just saying these are guys with pride for their school. I think the NCAA will have a rule against planting flags next year. with a major penalty or fine or game suspension for doing something. Yeah, and maybe not. Hi, Toy. Toy La Carissa. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I heard you were here much earlier. And I'm 4 hours in and still going. I'm about to wrap it up. We didn't get to criticism. Fuck it. We'll do it on Thursday. But the YSL trial was way more pressing. And like I said, I got into the corruption angle and that was it. My mouth was off and running. So I'll change combating criticism to combating corruption. You back home yet? Where'd you go? Did you go on a trip? Ellie said, unaliving another human being is the only sin that you can't undo or make whole again. And even that's forgivable. Like I said, God forgives that. The only sin that is unforgivable to God, Jesus, and all and sundry is rejection of the Holy Spirit. It's not when you say, oh, I'm mad at God. That's not severe enough. You have to fundamentally stop believing in the divine. If you reject the Holy Spirit and the inspiration that comes with it completely, and you say it doesn't exist, God doesn't exist, Jesus doesn't exist, just saying it doesn't mean anything. So those teenagers that go out there and they're like rebelling and they're like, oh, God doesn't exist, they don't actually believe that. They're just saying it to make a statement because they want attention and it's an edgy thing they think to say. Meanwhile, they just look stupid. But it's the outright rejection and refusal to even admit that they exist that, according to the Bible, is the only unforgivable sin. It's the only unforgivable act in existence because you are outright rejecting the very existence of the one that made you. And usually people do that, knowing full well that they're wrong. But that's when, you have the complete overtaking of your spirit by evil. So that's the only unforgivable sin, according to God. Now on earth, we got a lot of them. We don't forgive for shit. So my kids have science twice a week that I teach. We're on paleontology. We read that the paleontologists have recovered not just bones, but skin, fur, feathers, and even their blood. I hope Jurassic Park wasn't a prequel. It was prophecy, woman. Prophecy. At this point, trust me, there are plenty of people we could feed to the dinosaurs. They won't go hungry. Just let them loose in the capital. It's not an insurrection. It's a dinosaur invasion. They like people crossing borders. Why not dinosaurs? Bring them in, set them loose. There you go. Were the two daughters? Woo! The two daughters here are both so evil. Oh, Papa's daughters? Girl, be careful. Careful. Heidi said, in my opinion, the divergence started with the tree of knowledge and the adversary tempting and inevitability causing the fall of mankind. We had free will before that fall. Well, here's the thing. I got into a whole debate with somebody about why God. Now, God knows everything. He knew what Eve and Adam were doing. He knew what they were up to. He knew. There's no way he didn't know. Like, the story likes to play like God just was busy and came along one day and said, hey, where you at? Why are you wearing clothes? No, like God was very, very, very aware of everything because he is a part of everything. And it was his garden. It was his, his paradise. And he made these two people directly from him. But in order for us to exhibit or employ our free will, we had to have that deviation that would push us out of paradise, push us away out of our innocence. It's almost like when you're raising your kids, everything they're up to, and you're a part of everything they do, but they're dependent on you. Even if they think they're independent, they're still dependent on you. And sometimes they have to be pushed from the nest. In order for them to become adults and self-sufficient, they need to go. And it's almost like that was the only way for us to get out of the nest. Like, God didn't want us to suffer, but in order for us to use the free will he gave us and become what he intended, like to reach our potential, we had to go out on our own. And that was like part of the experiment, I believe, because in order for us to use that free will and move out, he needed something that would break that huge spark of divinity, that would break almost like that magical condition that we were in. Because, I mean, let's face it, like Adam could talk to animals and no animals would harm them. That's not normal. Like that's something else. You know, that's a higher level of community and connection and stuff like that. And in order to get away from that and to be on our own and know the dangers, you know, of life and experience everything a human is capable of experiencing, which I do believe God wanted us to do, because it was his experiment. He wanted to see what we were capable of, what we would do, how good we could be, how bad we could be. In order to get us to do that, we couldn't do that in the garden. We couldn't do that untouched by knowledge. We needed the experience. The same way you got to give up that innocence, that complete innocence, and move into a place where life ain't fair and you're going to hurt, but you're going to learn and thrive, or not learn and die. Like, it's up to you. Let's see what you're made of. And I think that had to happen. I don't think God ever intended for us to suffer for it. I think it pained him probably knowing what we would go through, what we would put each other through, what we put ourselves through. But I think it had to happen in order for us to truly learn about life and love and each other, and to appreciate everything that we're given, you know, and so that you can't return home if you never leave, you know, and that was his thing. Everybody will come home to me, but in order for them to come home, they have to go out into the world. And the only way that was going to happen is if we partook, if that sin happened. So he allowed it to happen. I don't think he orchestrated it, but I thought he was like, I see you, Satan. Like, I see you, serpent. I know what you're up to, but I'm going to let this play out. And I think I made them strong enough to either resist the temptation or deal with the consequences. But either way, that's their choice. That's their choice. I can't tell them I'm giving you free will and then stop them from making a mistake, because that's controlling. That's not free will. If she's going to take a bite, she's going to take a bite, and we'll go from there. I don't think any of it would have been possible without that that transgression. I really don't. A lot of people do things because opportunity. Usually there are small signs along the way, and then the person sees an opportunity to do their action. Yeah, people are opportunists. They are. A lot of them. My sisters are all opportunists in the worst way possible. Are they the type counting their inheritance when visiting? Maybe. Ellie, I would not put it past those girls. Since Daisy takes care of Papa, it's like, where are all these kids that should be taking care of them? They're stepdaughters to Papa Hog. I've taken care of. One of them stole my phone. Hooked their mom's bank account to my Cash App and stole a bunch of money. And she hates me now because I have taught them how to protect themselves from theft. Oh, good. Look out for the older ones. Kids today, they know every racket, man. The fall was supposed to happen. Without it, as a humankind, we wouldn't have been born, aged, had children, gotten sick, learned, or even died. Eve knew this. It was her mission in this life to bring humanity out and thriving and experiencing. We're nothing without our experiences. Nothing. There's nothing there. There's no knowledge gained if you're not experiencing life. Ellie know that they the type that killed. Oh, lovely. The lovely stepchildren. Lovely. Is it our business? Meh. Was what our business? Because we all make everything our business. To be quite frank. Duolingo has Klingon. It's very. Oh, does it really? I'm writing that down. Wait. Duolingo. Duolingo. Tuvo Poco Lengua. Mine too. T3. Daisy song. I love the Daisy song. And I love the Heidi song. Second girl wakes up through the night singing row, row, row. Oh, shut up. Does she really? She walks around during the day talking to the voices she hears. Lithium. Lithium. I'm just saying it could be helpful. This is not a medical channel, but most people I know that hear voices take lithium or Thorazine. I am not one of those people. I hear voices, but they're ghosts, so it's fine. They don't tell me to do things. They tell me, "Can you go contact?" No, leave me alone, and then they go away. Oh my God, did they live there or just visit? Oh, that would be. They lived there. The second girl came up and blowed in my face, asked me if I felt it. I said no, and I'm not scared. She said she'd let me live. Oh, nice. I hope you sleep with a knife under your pillow. Colder temperatures kills crop, famine, starvation. Yeah. I just don't like that. I don't love being cold, but I can put more clothes on. When it's hot, I don't know. I worry more about the cold than I do about the heat. I really do. Like the warming, all right, make it hot. Like I will find a way to stay cool. When you're cold, that shit seeps into your bones. And it makes you all achy. Let's see. Oh, I'm only 15 minutes behind. Woohoo! Because I'm about to wrap this up because I need to go and apparently make dinner, according to the text I just got. Well, Ellie, they live here, but the cops took one to jail after she blew in my face. She came inside the house, attacking everybody. Oh my God, Daisy. Trying to make the house blow up by kicking gas wall unit. I swear the crazies are drawn to you. Girl, please take care of yourself. They need psychovals. They need straitjackets and a padded room. They're coming to take me away. Just keep me in your prayers, Ellie. I had no idea this caregiving job would be this hard because it's not supposed to be that hard. It's really not. You're supposed to have your patient, like the person that you're taking care of, and not like his entire crazy family, all the dogs and the chickens and the hogs and whatever the hell decides to come over and plant itself in your yard. You're supposed to be taking one person, but you are not that person, Daisy. You take care of everybody. So yeah, it's harder. Girl, watch your 6 around the hell yeah. Watch your 6 and your 12 because I don't trust nobody. You can eat raw red potatoes, sucks the moisture out of you, but the thing, when I cut raw potatoes and you get like that white, foamy, like starchy water, it's so gross. The thought of biting into something that contains that is like, bleh. No, nope, terrible. Nope. I'm going to criticize Shelley for now talking about the subject of combating criticism. Girl, I got a whole thing written out, so I'll be doing that on Thursday. Ellie, the girl still here gets online help, but twist the words to make herself a victim. Oh, don't they all? Don't they all? Every day. The day is not complete unless I hear, oh, it's always my fault. And I'm like, except, yeah, it is. When you're the problem, yeah, it's your fault. Both are addicts plus docs are giving them subscriptions that I know that is a bit sub-action. Oh, it's a type of drug? Okay. And she gets Clonamines. I blame that. You mean clonidine? Drug dealers and mostly demons. Just blame the demons and the drugs. That's fine. Document everything. Hell yes. Everybody should document everything they do. I'm working for the father of all the farmer families up here. One of the girls runs over her leg with a trap. Oh my God. He's the ex-husband of the lady I took care of for 10 years. Girl, if you just wrote this shit down, I guarantee you could sell it to a studio. Because you, like, every single thing down there is an episode of something. It's entertaining and terrifying at the same time. You could be like you could be the Southern Horror Stories. Instead of American Horror Stories, Southern Horror Stories. Do it. Write that shit down. Make money. Get out of there. And then go back when you need a new story. Four of those with the kind of thing is really hard. One of my three finally allowed back on the premises after last time she ran years ago. I'm telling you, write that shit down. That hard boundary nearly crushed my heart, but wasn't as necessary. Yeah, it is. It really is. It's hard to draw that line for people because you always, especially when you love them, you want to give in. I don't know why 10 was on my brain. That's how long I've been here. I was being trained to run and take care of the huge chicken houses when I first came up here. Nice. Before the fall of Adam and Eve, they were in the presence of God. I don't believe that we were an experiment. I think God is very purposeful. Not that we were the experiment, that the idea of free will, because he didn't give it to anybody but us, was experimental. Like, he knew what would happen, but knowing what we were capable of at the end doesn't stop you from wanting to see the journey. You still want to see what each individual does to get there. And I think that that was part of his plan, to just take it all in, because I don't think God ever stops learning either. It's possible to know everything and still keep learning because he keeps us evolving. So he's got to keep, like, abreast of everything. I shouldn't have used that word, but whatever. Exactly. God knew what happened before he asked them what. Yeah. Just like parents don't ask it. Yeah, I know what you did. I want the confession. And God is the same way. He's like, no. Like, you wanted to act grown? Okay, act grown. Own up to your actions and tell me what you did. Makes perfect sense, because that's how a good parent is. You know the information, but you want them to come to you and say, this is what I did. Because it just means more when they admit it and they're like, yeah, I did that. Like, it shows maturity. It shows, personal growth. And you're not accusing them of anything. You could just be like, oh, you don't have to say, I knew, even though you did. Like, you're just going, okay, what do you think is going to happen now? What do you think should happen? I used to love doing that, letting them confess and then set their own consequence, additional consequence, I should say. My son was always the one going, I think you should hug me and forget it all. I'd be like, try again. Like, I guess no iPad for a couple days. Yeah, I think you're right. Heidi, I do so hope the second child stays in jail. Oh my God. And can get help. But they took her in on a broken restraining order the other girl had. It will be up in February. Wow. I love you all so much. We love you, baby. And look at that. I'm only 6 minutes behind. Woo! Good, because I'm wrapping up. I should wrap up on 420. Of course I will. 420 and 420. Oh, damn. All right. Their behavior makes me wonder what happened to them or around them when they were younger to contribute to severe reactive attachment disorder. So they're just all messed up, man. You're a good person, Heidi. You got a great heart. You're funny as shit. You just keep being you, and maybe some of that goodness will rub off onto them. And if not, run them over with the tractor. Heidi, one is on Coke and one is on Percocet. Lovely. I think that's opioids. Yes, it is. Percocets are highly addictive and they change your personality radically. They're not the fun opioids. Not at all. Daisy, that one of mine, and I do spend with each other. They're just not allowed at where I live. Unfortunately, I have to keep certain boundaries. Yep, boundaries are good. And sometimes you don't just do it for your own good, you do it for their good. Even when working on my LCSW-C, I didn't like the idea of online therapy as a practice. It's too easy to lie. And it's too easy to just not answer the goddamn phone. Like half the people that go for therapy have avoidant personality issues. So like saying, "Oh, you don't have to come in. Yeah, you can just call me." Yeah. How about you call me? And then, oh, all right, I'll call you. And then you just don't answer the phone. I did it all the time. All the time. Heidi, the mom here is learning the same lesson. Heartbreaking. Well, we do pray for them. Thank you, Heidi. We will give prayer, Daisy. We will. But they have you. So they're lucky. They don't know it yet, but they will one day. And if they don't, we appreciate you. The parents can enforce the boundary of the you don't live here anymore and are not welcome. Mm-hmm. Ellie, it's messed up. My friend that lived down the road from my RV hasn't actually spoken to me for the whole past year since online therapy. Med she's got her on messed her up. Yeah, no. I miss Madison. Oh my God, Maddie's the one you're not talking to? Aw, we love Maddie. Shit, send her my way. I'll straighten her out. I'll give her a good talking to. I think she's a little afraid of me anyway. I'm sorry, honey. I know Maddie was very important to you. Ellie, they're dealing with girls have nowhere to go. I'm praying hard out. Well, I'm going to be praying hard for you and for Maddie because I really like Maddie. She's very sweet, and I don't like the fact that you're separated from your friend like that. That's terrible. Ellie, they're adults. They need to get a job in an apartment. In other words, kick their ass out. I know I'm the tough love type. Aren't we all? Heidi and Daisy, kind of nutty. Oh, my girls. I love all my girls. They're fantastic. They keep me going. All right, I got to stop typing. Really glad I finally got to talk with you all. I'm so glad you were here, Daisy. We love you. I miss you. And I miss Maddie. So I will definitely say a prayer to hopefully point her back in your direction. But you keep your head up, baby, okay? I text Maddie. She never answers. Love her so much. She's just a kid at 23. Yeah, well, when you're going through a lot of things, sometimes you don't want to burden the people that you care about. So you self-isolate and you shut down. Just keep an eye out. Keep the communication open. Don't get mad. You know, she's going through something. Hopefully she'll come out the other end and find you there. Yes, parents can. It was hard for me to put that boundary up years ago, but I do make sure I make sure the one knows I love them and I'm here for them, not just not in my home. Yeah, that one is doing much better than before. Yeah. As long as they know you love them, that does so much. It really does. Sometimes you just got to push them and be like, no, like you don't know how to act, you don't know how to be, and I can't help you. And you're spreading that around. I need you to go out on your own and learn to be, who you're meant to be. And it's hard. It's so hard pushing them out of the nest. I don't know how I'm going to do it with Connor. With Katie, I'm never going to have that opportunity. God. She's going to push me out of the house. And yes, if anybody sees Mimsy, I haven't heard anything about her. And I know she was very, very sick. And I just wish her family, knew to contact any of us if something happened. So just keep her in mind. I wonder if Hunter is going to start a finger painting class for rich kids. He's going to become a yoga instructor. That's what he'll do. That's not steam, that's crack. But anyway, on that note, I'm going to go. I love you all. Thank you. Again, thank you to my stream sponsor, Full Drinking Half Thinking, for all the memberships and super chats. I appreciate it very much. Thank you to Gutter for her memberships and to whoever the hell else I'm forgetting, because it's been 4.5 hours and I'm toast. I need to eat. I haven't eaten since yesterday. And all I had yesterday was a slice of cheese and there was something else, but it wasn't much. So I need, fuck online therapy. Retail therapy. That's the way to go. Amazon wish list for the win. But thank you guys for coming by. And thank you for always being as awesome as you are and for listening to me ramble. And I promise on Thursday, I will talk about combating criticism because that's all I do here. Having said that, I love y'all. See ya.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud, we'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.